The Suspects of Necromancy, Volume 1, by Dakin. Translated by Gadgetized Panda Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. The Princess of the Moon, who became a wizard in search of love rather than eternity. What she sought was a world of happiness. The Sun King, in his quest to win the love of the Moon Princess, proclaimed dominion over the world, all for the sake of a single proof. Prologue. In the center of a large room, a platform was set up, surrounded by a crowd of adults. A man brought a small child onto the platform, who became the target of the adults' uninhibited gazes. The children on the platform were replaced one after another. When the adults' reactions were unfavorable, the man became irritated and harshly reprimanded the next child he brought up. Smile. Look more charming. Be more appealing to the customers. The child, grabbed by the shoulder and shaken, only became more stiff and tense. Clearly, this approach was counterproductive. A girl watching from the back shivered, wondering if she would be treated the same way. But when it was her turn, the man smiled confidently and said, "All you have to do is stand there. Don't trip and hurt yourself on the platform. Keep your eyes wide open." That was all he said to her. As the girl approached the platform, the room buzzed with excitement. Golden hair, pale skin, and red eyes. Is she an Asra? Can't be. She looks like a pureblood. But those red eyes are definitely genuine. The girl on the platform was subjected to a different, almost peculiar gaze than before. Scary. The girl shrank back, but there was nowhere for her to escape. Everywhere she looked, people were staring intently at her. Then, the adults began to shout something in unison. Listening closely, she realized they were shouting numbers. Come to think of it, she remembered. All the children who stood on this platform were given numbers. She didn't know what the numbers signified, but during the other children's turns, the voices of the adults arguing over the numbers had filled the room like angry shouts. After a while, more and more adults stopped shouting numbers and looked at the girl with pitying eyes. The girl wanted to get off the platform quickly, but the man who brought her was still shouting numbers. 100. 100. Is there no higher bid? There was no response, and the room fell into a tense silence. All right. Sold for 100, the man announced, looking satisfied. He slowly lowered the girl from the platform and said seriously, "Please don't get hurt. At least not until you leave our hands." It sounded almost like a plea. Section. The girl was led to a beautifully decorated room and told to wait there. After waiting for a while, the door opened. "Hey, 100 gold coins. Thanks to you, I was on the verge of bankruptcy. Please sell for a high price, okay?" The man who entered was a black-haired man with a forced smile, and a red-haired woman with a slightly stern face. Both of them seemed to be of higher class than the rough man who had been with the girl until now. What does 100 gold coins mean? The girl was curious about the name the black-haired man had given her. "It's your price. It's a big deal. Not many people can fetch that price." The black-haired man laughed thinly. "Then what about you? How many gold coins are you?" The girl thought that the person who bought her must have paid a considerable amount. But the black-haired man looked taken aback for a moment, then covered his face and burst into laughter. I see. That's a good question." He seemed genuinely amused, unlike his earlier forced smile. "So, what's my price?" he asked the red-haired woman, who had been watching the girl intently. "Your price? Well, you've received a proper education, so you might be suitable as a servant for the nobility. 5 gold coins would be a good price." Hearing 5, the girl thought, that's low. There had been children among those she'd been with earlier who had been given such low numbers. That's quite a good price. "So, I'm only worth 1/20th of you?" The black-haired man seemed satisfied with the evaluation of 5. 1/20th. The girl didn't understand the meaning of those words. She was unusually good at counting for her age and could count up to 100, but she had no knowledge of larger numbers. In other words, if there were 20 of me, I'd be worth the same as you. Still low. How can such a person afford to buy me? The girl looked bewildered. "Seems like you're not happy about being bought by a man cheaper than you," the black-haired man said, guessing what the girl was thinking. But that's the way it is. A person's value isn't determined by gold coins alone. But before you're a person, you're a product for sale. There's nothing wrong with having a high price. The red-haired woman looked slightly displeased when she heard this. Is it good to have a high price? Of course, there are advantages. How were the other children around you treated? Were they treated the same as you? The girl thought about it. The other children had been treated more roughly than her. They were hit immediately and sometimes even locked in cages. The girl herself had never been hit or caged. Instead, she had been taught things like how to read letters and numbers. She had been special in that small world. That must have been because she had a value of 100 gold coins, the girl thought. If the price is higher, are there more advantages? The black-haired man and the red-haired woman exchanged glances. Isn't it obvious? Those with high value are treated with care. They have to be, or buying them would be meaningless. It's like throwing money away. How many gold coins are there above 100? The girl didn't know any numbers above 100. I'll teach you that, the red-haired woman said, crouching down to match the girl's height. Her gaze was different from that of other people, kinda. I don't know how many numbers there are above 100, nor how to read or write. I'll teach you all the numbers above 100, how to read and write, housework, and everything else you need to know to live. If I learn that, will my price go up? If you listen to what this person says, your price will go up. Everyone will be happy. The black-haired man said nonchalantly. Is that true? The girl didn't quite believe what the flippant black-haired man was saying. But the red-haired woman, still crouching, looked at the girl seriously. The value placed on you by others doesn't matter. If you don't recognize your own value, living will be hard. You're still young, so you might not understand, but I have value. If you can think that, you'll definitely be happy. That's why you need to learn all sorts of things. Your eyes, hair, and skin already have a value of 100 gold coins, but that's not something you earned through your own efforts. And if that value disappears, you'll have nothing. So, do your best. Only the things you've earned through your own strength have true value. The girl didn't fully understand what the woman was saying, but she could tell she wasn't lying. So, the girl thought, I will become something of value. That was the girl's first clear memory. Chapter 1. The girl was completely covered from head to toe in a white hooded cloak like a mage would wear, slowly walking through the town. I couldn't see her expression clearly. The pharmacist who dealt with her said she had an unremarkable face. It's odd not to remember the face of someone who delivers such good medicine. She must be using some sort of spell. There's a famous charm among mages that erases one's presence. She likely has one. Miss, can I have a word with you? I stepped out of the alley with two subordinates, surrounding her as we spoke. She jumped in surprise, stopping to see who had suddenly appeared. Our armor bore the emblem of the Kingdom of Rama, proving our identity. A knight. She tilted her head, probably not understanding why she was stopped. I looked at her face hidden under the hood. Red eyes, white skin, and golden hair. Is she of Asra blood? She looked about 16. Her features were beautiful and distinct. There was no way her face wouldn't be memorable. The small wooden talisman around her neck was likely the charm. I need to talk to you. It's not bad news. Could you come with us to the night station? I tried to smile to show I had no ill intent. What do you want to talk about? She asked, without any fear on her face. It seemed the approach was working. It's about the person you live with. We're not going to harm them. In fact, if they are who we think they are, we want to protect them. Protect? My master? So, it was a master-disciple relationship. I had also considered she might be a servant. Yes. First, we need to confirm if your master is the person we're looking for. It's a private matter, so could you come to the station? All right. But please, don't take too long. She made a modest request and agreed to come along. I was relieved to avoid using force. Of course, we'll be as quick as possible. I'm Conrad, a knight of the Kingdom of Rama. What's your name? Luna. Luna. A lovely name. Let's go then. I had my subordinates flank her as we headed to the station. Section. The night station where I belonged was along the main street of the town. Among the buildings on the street, the station was quite large. Our main role was maintaining public order, so a prominent presence was necessary. Our duties ranged from apprehending criminals, conducting internal investigations, spying, and even sometimes hunting monsters. These tasks weren't very popular among knights, but the current king had established this group when he was a prince to show that the kingdom worked for the people. Usually, soldiers under the knights did most of the work, so it was rare for us knights to act directly, as we were now. That showed how important Luna's case was. I led Luna to the cleanest room in the station. To avoid intimidation, I would talk to her alone while my 2 subordinates guarded the door to prevent eavesdropping. We sat across a table with a teapot and 2 cups. The tea was a gesture of goodwill. Luna brought the cup to her lips, enjoying the aroma before taking a sip. She didn't seem nervous. "Could you take off that charm first? It seems to have some magical effect." "This?" "Sure." Luna easily removed the charm and put it away. Now, she wouldn't forget our conversation. "Can you tell me about yourself? You seem to be a descendant of the Asra people. Is that right?" The Asra were an ancient race said to have ruled the world long ago. They were characterized by golden hair, red eyes, white skin, and innate magical power, making them highly adept at magic. The Asra used their powerful magic to rule the world, treating other races as slaves. However, they were few in number. Eventually, our ancestors, who were their slaves, revolted in a great war. The Asra, though all skilled mages, were overwhelmed by sheer numbers and were defeated. They became targets of persecution. But that was over 1,000 years ago. Magic itself was once taboo, but now mages were valued. Occasionally, someone with Asra blood would be born and was considered rare and precious. I don't know much myself. When I was conscious, I was with human traffickers. I see. Those with Asra blood were rare and were traded at high prices. Human trafficking was rampant in the past, though it was now illegal. Still, some engaged in it in secret. I see, that must have been tough. Being with traffickers, she must have had a terrible childhood. Not really. I was treated well as a valuable product. They even taught me to read and write. It was probably tougher after my master bought me. He only cared about his research. The mansion was so dirty I started with cleaning. That was the hardest time. Luna replied cheerfully. It was a bit different from what I expected, but I continued questioning. Then, could you tell me your master's name? Khan. Khan. I didn't know the name. I thought he might be the great mage Logan. Could it be an alias? Logan was a legendary mage, his current status unknown, but we believed a high-ranking mage was involved in this matter. We believe Khan is a mage. Is that correct? Yes. Is he a powerful mage? I don't know. My master is different from ordinary mages, so it's hard to compare. How is he different? His magic is special. I don't really want to talk about it. It's all right. I promise to keep it a secret. I'm known as the most discreet knight in this country. I winked and smiled. Most women trusted me with that. Luna thought for a moment before speaking. All right. He studies necromancy. It's a bit creepy, isn't it? Please keep it a secret. Necromancy. The magic of communicating with the dead to see the past or future. It was said to animate corpses into ghouls and skeletons, but its actual practices were unclear as no one studied it anymore. But the mage we were looking for was a necromancer. I see. I swear I won't tell anyone. Absolutely. So, how advanced is his necromancy? Can he control many corpses at once? I'm not sure. I asked him not to use ghouls because they're creepy. Instead, we have some skeletons at home. They're like servants. Skeletons as servants. I imagined bones cooking and cleaning. It was surreal. If such a house were nearby, I'd move immediately. Luna's sense of normal was quite different from the public's. Given her upbringing, it was understandable. He sounds like a skilled mage. Can you tell me more about Khan? I want to know what kind of person he is. Since you've lived with him, you can tell us. If it's about my story, I don't mind. And so, Luna began to tell her story. Chapter 2. I was with the slave trader Mason for a long time. Before that, I was with a kidnapper, but I don't remember much about that time. My parents? I don't know. It's not that I'm not interested, but Mason didn't know either. Whether they abandoned me, or I was taken from them, or kidnapped, it's not a pleasant story anyway. Besides, Mason's place wasn't a bad place. He ran a big mansion because he was in the business of trading people. I clearly remember the long corridors. We always polished those long corridors until they shone. It was really hard work. The mansion, inside and out, was always kept spotless. Mason ran the business with his wife, Molly. Mason was in his mid-30s at the time, I guess. He had black hair and was tall, always had a smirk on his face, but he was quite handsome despite the many scars on his chin. Molly had long red hair, a beautiful face but a fierce look, and she seemed quite intimidating. She was tall for a woman, well-built, and around the same age as Mason, I think. Their reputation as slave traders was pretty good. Is it strange for a slave trader to have a good reputation? Not at all. It's a business, just like any other, and there are good and bad traders. If you bought something expensive and it was useless, you'd be angry too, right? It's the same with slave trading. The children Mason sold were known to be of high quality. Mason was good at buying children cheaply and selling them for a high price. Is it called added value? He thoroughly taught the children reading, writing, manners, and household chores before selling them. Most of the buyers were wealthy, like nobles or merchants. The children were often bought for labor, but if they were pre-educated, they were much more useful. They were treated better because they were more valuable. Sometimes, they were even adopted because of their high quality. Mason often said, "Our business makes everyone happy, the ones who are sold, the ones who buy, and us who sell. It's a wonderful business." Is he a terrible person? Maybe. Of course, I don't think slave trading is a wonderful business, but at least it was better than other slave traders. I learned later that most slave traders just bought and sold people roughly, treating them poorly. Compared to that, Mason's place was much better. Oh, but Molly was strict. The children were terrified of her, like she was a demon. If you made a mistake in chores, studies, or manners, she would scold you harshly. I was good at managing and studying, so I didn't have a hard time, but my friend Dorothy was often scolded. "Why can't you even do that?" she'd yell, hitting our heads with her knuckles. It hurt a lot. Hitting the head was because bruises on the body would lower the product's value. I wished she'd hit my butt instead. That pain was unforgettable. Even now, after all this time. And after hitting us, she'd say, "This is how you do it," and show us perfectly. Molly could do everything perfectly. Looking back, it's strange she was a slave trader, given her knowledge in etiquette, academics, and household chores. But for a child, it was a lot of pressure. There was no way we could do everything as perfectly as she did. After showing us, she'd explain again and make us do it until we got it right. Dorothy cried almost every night. "I hate this. I don't want to be here. I want someone to buy me soon." But, after being scolded so much, you'd learn eventually. Dorothy, who was often scolded at first, gradually got better. What? I haven't mentioned my master yet. Well, I'm not good at talking. I don't talk to people much, so when I do, I tend to talk a lot. So bear with me, okay? I'll get to the master soon. Oh, but Dorothy was bought before me. Just so you know, I was kept for a higher price. I was valuable because I was of the Asra people, so Mason didn't sell me quickly. Anyway, Dorothy was bought by a kind-looking elderly noble. Mason chose his customers. Since he raised us carefully, he wanted customers who would use us properly. He wouldn't sell to those who'd waste us quickly. People like that blame the trader when things go wrong, so even if they pay well, it's not good in the long run, Mason said. It affects their reputation. Good business needs good customers. Mason often said. So, Dorothy was happy. Her buyer seemed kinder than Molly. "I can finally leave this place," she said, smiling. On the other hand, Molly was always grumpy when the children were sold. "That child still can't do things properly." She'd complain to Mason. Mason was business first, Molly was education first. They balanced each other out as a couple. And that's when my master came into the picture. One day, a gloomy mage came to see me. He wore a shabby black hood, had grey hair and a scruffy beard. I couldn't tell if he was young or old. He had a letter of introduction from some noble, so Mason treated him with respect. The mage stared at me, especially looking into my red eyes. It was creepy. Mason tried hard to appeal to him. This girl is smart, perfect in reading and writing, knows manners better than most noble ladies. She can even handle household chores. It was true. I could do everything. I've forgotten a lot of the noble manners now, but I could do them then. That gloomy mage was my master. He wasn't interested in Mason's praise. He cared that I was of the Asra people. After listing my qualities, Mason apologized. Since she's of the Asra people and well-educated, the price is quite high. Honestly, it's beyond what most nobles can afford. Mason probably didn't think the mage could really buy me. He didn't look like he had any money. Mason likely wasn't expecting much. But the master decided immediately after seeing the price. I'll buy her for that amount. I was surprised. Many nobles had looked at me, but he seemed the poorest. I'm going to be bought by this person. I was shocked. Mason was happy. He didn't expect to sell me for that price. That night was my last supper. When a child was sold, Molly would cook their favorite meal for their last night. Just once. I loved meat, so I asked for Molly's special meat dish. Molly was good at cooking too. Dorothy and I learned to cook from Molly, but we couldn't make it as delicious as she did. During that last supper, Molly kept saying, "Luna, you were trained by me, so don't disgrace our name." She was so insistent that I couldn't enjoy the meal. She also said, "Always smile, do what you're told right away. Be prepared to act even before being told." Or something like that. She probably said more, but I forgot. She gave detailed instructions. That's how important their reputation was. Mason was pleased to have sold a high-priced item, remembering he was in a good mood. A customer who pays such a high price right away is a great customer. Maybe he'll buy more, so do well. Mason and Molly weren't bad people. I was lucky to be bought by them. It was the master who was the problem. Chapter 2.5. Episode 1. The mansion was enormous, at least to young Luna. Wide on both sides, it was built symmetrically with black stone walls that exuded an intimidating presence. The entrance was guarded by a sturdy iron gate, and the mansion was surrounded by high brick walls that no adult could easily climb over. Luna thought she might never be able to leave once she entered. "There are plenty of kids your age in the mansion," said Mason, pointing to a group of children who appeared to be around Luna's age. The children were busy cleaning the mansion's garden, but they seemed to be having fun, which made Luna feel relieved. It didn't seem like such a bad place after all. However, as soon as Molly saw this, she forcefully opened the gate and marched inside with a furious look on her face. Mason gave a wry smile as he watched her go. The children, upon seeing Molly, were so startled that they began cleaning at twice their previous speed. "What do you think you're doing?" Molly shouted. "There's no value in half-hearted cleaning. Listen up. Actions done just because someone is watching are worthless. That means you all are worthless too. Only when you act on your own does it have meaning. How many times do I have to tell you that as long as you're being forced, you're only half human? No one will value or buy you. Do you want to spend your whole life trapped here?" The children, who had seemed happy moments ago, now had tears in their eyes. Luna froze. She had thought Molly was a nice person and was shocked to see her angry. Soon, a woman rushed out from the mansion and began scolding the children along with Molly. Apparently, she was a servant who had been assigned to look after them while they were away. She was a middle-aged lady who seemed to have a good heart. She was a middle-aged woman who seemed to have a good-natured personality. "It's your spoiling that's making these kids lazy. But madam, it's too harsh to be so strict with such small children." The servant tried to defend the children, and Luna agreed wholeheartedly. She thought that if she were yelled at like that, she would cry too. Luna silently cheered for the servant. Molly seemed like the bad person in this situation. How many times do I have to tell you that misguided sympathy is poison for these children? If you don't train them when they're young, they'll turn out worthless. The older they get, the harder it becomes to instill good habits. These children are merchandise. High-priced goods are treated with care, but cheap goods are disposable. I've seen it happen countless times. Molly's anger showed no signs of abating. Unable to bear it any longer, Mason stepped in, bringing Luna with him. That's enough, Molly. Mason grabbed Molly's shoulder. Luna's scared. This must be quite a shock for a newcomer. She might not sleep tonight because of this. So let's stop here. Molly glanced at Luna and looked slightly embarrassed. The servant and the children visibly relaxed at Mason's intervention. Ha! Maybe Mason is the nice one. Luna hadn't trusted Mason much due to his light-hearted manner, but stopping the frightening Molly made Luna see him in a more favorable light. Surprised, Luna? Of course you are, Mason said, to which Luna nodded repeatedly. But Molly's right, you know. You all are merchandise. If we can't sell you at a high price, it's trouble for us, and you'll end up in a bad place. So, the only way to ensure your happiness is to increase your value. And probably. Mason put his arm around Molly's waist and drew her close. This one cares more about you than anyone in the world. Section. Luna thought she must be special. After all, she was worth 100 gold coins. She believed she would be treated differently from the other children. She expected not to be scolded or hit by Molly. Before coming here, Luna had always been treated specially, so it was only natural for her to think this way. However, Molly did not treat Luna specially. As soon as they entered the mansion, Molly handed her an old vase. You must be tired today, so I'll let you off with just polishing this vase. Luna was indeed tired, having spent a long time in the carriage. She would have liked to rest, but the image of Molly's earlier fury made her unable to voice this desire. After giving her the vase, Molly left the room. Luna reluctantly began polishing the vase with the cloth she was given, but Molly's shouting from elsewhere in the mansion made her hands shake. Not long after, Molly returned to the room. Luna had managed to finish polishing the vase. She felt confident she had done a good job. What is this? Molly asked coldly, dashing Luna's hopes. It's no different from before. Your task was not just to wipe the vase with a cloth but to transform it. If you can't do that, no one will value your work. Molly snatched the vase and cloth from Luna and began polishing the vase herself. Her movements were quick and precise, unlike Luna's broad and careless strokes. She meticulously wiped the intricate patterns, matching the cloth to the vase's contours. After finishing, Molly used a nearby water jug to moisten the cloth and polished the stained areas again. The vase transformed into something beautiful. But Luna was reluctant to acknowledge this. If I'd known I could use the water jug, I could have done it better, she protested. If you thought using water would make it cleaner, you should have looked for water, Molly replied, rejecting Luna's small protest. You could have asked someone. You should never expect everything you need to be provided from the start. Have the will to gather what you need yourself. Don't be passive. People don't value those who only do what they're told. They recognize those who go beyond what's asked of them. Molly placed the polished vase on a table by the window. In the sunlight, it gleamed brilliantly, looking like something of great value. Work with your own will, Luna. That's the most important thing in life. You might be merchandise, but you're also a person. Show your will in the tasks you're given. Your future lies beyond that. Luna didn't fully understand what Molly was saying, but seeing the shining vase, she realized that doing work like Molly's would indeed increase her value. She accepted this and resolved to improve herself. Section. Molly is a devil. No doubt about it. Dorothy, a girl about Luna's age, was already in the room assigned to Luna. Dorothy had been bought by Mason shortly before Luna arrived. Even though they shared a room, Luna and Dorothy rarely had time to talk because they were kept busy with work from morning till night. They only chatted briefly before falling asleep, exhausted. She's always angry, always making us work. I've never seen anyone as horrible as her. Dorothy often complained about Molly. Luna, on the other hand, listened cheerfully to Dorothy's complaints, thinking about how to avoid being scolded herself. She pondered why they were scolded, how they should behave, and what was expected of them before falling asleep. Luna considered Dorothy a friend but also saw her as a rival she must not lose to. It wasn't just Dorothy. Luna was determined to outperform all the children in the mansion. After all, I'm worth 100 gold coins. This was Luna's pride and her anchor. She believed she was more valuable than anyone and aimed to increase her worth even further. As a result, Luna approached her work with determination, studied hard, and learned proper manners. The children who had been in the mansion before Luna wondered why she worked so hard, while those who arrived after admired her swift and graceful actions. Thus, Luna steadily increased her value, but this had an unintended consequence. She became too expensive to sell easily. Mason wanted to settle for a reasonable price, but Molly wouldn't agree, making Luna the longest-staying child in the mansion. However, Luna's days at the mansion eventually came to an end. A sorcerer bought her for the asking price, 500 gold coins. Thanks to Molly's training, Luna had managed to quintuple her value. Chapter 3. After I was bought by my master, I traveled a long distance by carriage and was brought to this royal capital. We hardly talked on the way. I tried hard to make conversation, but my master only responded when necessary. I asked why he bought me, and he simply said, "To make you my apprentice." An apprentice to a wizard. Considering my Asra bloodline, it might not have been a strange idea, but I had never thought about becoming a wizard, and Molly never taught me magic, so I was worried. But he paid a lot of money for me, so I had to meet his expectations. Why listen to someone who buys people? It's obvious. He paid money for me. Do you know how hard it is to earn that amount? Even a knight's salary for 10 years wouldn't be enough. My master saw value in me equivalent to that money. It was important for me to live up to that expectation. Human value can't be measured in money. For us, who lived in a human trafficking house, our value was the amount we were worth. Of course, it might be a wrong value system. But thanks to Molly's strict education, I had pride. I was determined to prove I was worth even more. So, when I was told I'd be an apprentice wizard, I decided to start by calling him Master. The first time I called him Master, he reacted a bit strangely. Just that once. He got used to it quickly. The house my master took me to was a grand mansion right next to a large cemetery. It was grand in size, but the white mansion was covered in ivy, the garden was overgrown with weeds, and there were creaking sounds from doors or windows even without wind. It had an eerie, gloomy atmosphere. The gate was decaying. Even though it was a sunny day, it felt like this place was the only cloudy spot. It was so ominous and unwelcoming that I didn't want to go near it. Even ruins have a more welcoming appearance. You knew this about my master from your investigation, right? But it turns out, that was a barrier. It was designed to keep people away by instilling such an unapproachable impression. So, feeling unwilling to approach is normal. The proximity to the cemetery made it easier to set such a barrier. For my master, who specialized in necromancy, having a cemetery nearby was convenient. But I think there are limits. When I entered the mansion, I was shocked. It was filthy. Cobwebs everywhere, bones that looked like human ones scattered around, and random things strewn about. It was the worst. Even without the barrier, no one would enter such a house. Even burglars would run away. It was a stark contrast to human trafficking house that Molly's always clean. I felt a chill down my spine. I can't live in such a place. I told my master immediately. I have a request. What is it? Please let me clean, if you want to leave. Clean. My master had an indescribable expression. He looked around the mansion and then muttered, "Is it really that dirty?" "Yes, it is undeniably dirty." "I see. Fine, clean it. Do you have cleaning tools?" "I haven't used them, so I don't know, but they must be somewhere." Thus, my exploration of the mansion began. It was a haunted garbage house, literally. And there were real ghosts, or rather undead, because my master was a necromancer. When I first saw ghouls and skeletons, I thought my heart would stop. They even attacked me, mistaking me for an intruder. My master immediately stopped them and made them recognize me as a superior being. So, the undead started listening to me. I thought I should make use of them. Wasn't I scared of the undead? Of course, I was at first. But you get used to it. In the end, living humans are the scariest. You have to use whatever you can. I found cleaning tools and started a massive cleaning operation. But there were limits to what I could do alone, especially since I was still a small child. I desperately needed help, so I borrowed it from the undead. I tried giving various orders to the mute skeletons, but they couldn't follow detailed instructions at all. Well, they're skeletons, after all. Their heads are empty, but they could understand general orders, so I made them carry heavy things. My master watched this with great interest. Using the undead is fundamental for a necromancer, he said. Apparently, me using skeletons was a good thing as a wizard's apprentice. So, I used them. Since they had big scythes, I made them cut the grass. The garden was cleaned up quickly. The big scythes also made it easy to cut the ivy covering the mansion. What kind of scythe was it? A large scythe meant to be held with both hands. The handle was about as long as a spear. It's convenient, for various tasks. It can even cut high branches. How many skeletons with scythes were there? 3. If you sneak into the mansion, you'll be cut by those scythes, so be careful. Your face looks pale. Shall I continue? It took a whole month to clean the mansion. It was really dirty. But when I finished, I felt deeply moved. It might have been the most fulfilling moment of my life. The corridors were sparkling. All the junk was sorted and organized. The garden was neat, and I buried the ghouls in the ground. Why did I bury the ghouls? Because they smelled. They were corpses, after all. Of course, they would smell since their bodies were rotting. I made the skeletons dig holes, had the ghouls lie in them, and then had the skeletons cover them up. They didn't die. They're already dead but not unusable. It's a shallow hole. They could crawl out anytime from the shallow graves. They would probably come out if someone stepped into our garden. They were set to attack intruders. If you want to see, you could step into our garden. Watching ghouls emerge from the ground is quite a sight. They'd probably grab your leg suddenly. No, you'd never step into the garden. That's a shame. No one visits our house, so I wanted to check if the ghouls were still functioning. I did get permission from my master to bury the ghouls. I told him, I want to bury them because they smell. It's normal to have bodies buried in the ground, right? My master also said, it makes sense for ghouls to be buried in graves. He had a bit of a complex expression but agreed. Rotten meat in the house would attract flies. You wouldn't want to live in such a house, right? Finally, I cleaned my master's scruffy beard. I can shave a man's beard, It's a high-level skill only children with dexterous hands in the human trafficking house could learn. Molly taught only the children she saw potential in. Mason was the test subject. He has many scars around his chin because of that. I was particularly good at it, so Mason ended up with only 3 more scars. It's nerve-wracking to shave someone, but Mason was even more nervous. Understandably, having a child put a razor to your neck is nerve-wracking. So, that's how I learned to shave. It's a proud skill of mine. Molly gave me the razor as a farewell gift when I left. My master was surprised when I offered to shave his beard. Why? He asked. Because it's dirty, I replied, and he looked like the world was ending. But he let me shave him quietly. He trusted me after seeing how I cleaned the mansion. It made me happy. I shaved him clean, tidied his hair, and he looked neat. He turned out to be younger than I thought. I had thought he was about 60, but he was actually around 40. Men should keep themselves clean, I thought. Then, in the now clean mansion, my training as a wizard's apprentice began. Of course, I didn't neglect housework. I was capable. I started by learning ancient characters to read magic books, then read the books, understood their contents, and finally started casting spells. It took a lot of time. Chapter 3.5 Episode 2 Luna's mornings start early. Ever since her time at Mason's mansion, she's had the habit of waking up with the sunrise. Her day begins with preparing breakfast. While she commands the skeletons to fetch water, she heads to the garden to pick herbs and vegetables. Incidentally, it was Luna who started growing the herbs and vegetables. The garden was nothing but weeds before Luna arrived. Returning to the dining room, Luna uses magic to light a fire and heat an iron pot, usually containing last night's stew or porridge. She slices bread, arranges it in a basket, and adds chopped herbs and vegetables to the meal. Occasionally, she includes fruit or cheese. Luna knows her master, Khan's preferences and dislikes, carefully selecting and presenting the food. With a colorful breakfast spread on the table, Luna heads to Khan's room. Khan never wakes up on his own in the morning. As a necromancer, he spends most of his nights studying magic. Initially, Luna worried about disturbing her master by waking him up. But when she asked him directly, he replied, "It's not a problem." So now she does so without hesitation. Standing outside Khan's room, she bangs together 2 metal dishes, creating a piercing noise. This always works, and soon a grumpy Khan appears at the door. Seeing her disheveled master with stubble, Luna greets him with a bright smile. "Good morning, master. Breakfast is ready." Khan nods lazily, and Luna gracefully returns to the dining room with Khan sluggishly following her to the table. As soon as he sits, Luna ties an apron around his neck, and breakfast begins. During breakfast, Luna does most of the talking, usually about her current progress in learning magic. Khan, on the other hand, remains silent, eating slowly, seemingly uninterested in her chatter. However, once he finishes his meal, he gives short but important instructions based on Luna's progress, offering insights if she's stuck or assigning new tasks if she's progressing well. Luna listens intently, sometimes asking questions to ensure she doesn't miss anything. The same routine occurs after dinner, cementing their mentor-student relationship. Outside these times, they rarely talk. Khan stays in his room, while Luna is busy with chores like cleaning, laundry, and shopping. Luna uses the little time she has to practice magic and, based on advice from Khan, which she receives after dinner, she spends the time before bed studying magic. This may not seem like a lot of time for Luna to devote to magic, but Luna is always thinking about magic, even while doing housework. By reworking spells that did not work in her mind and going over the causes of her own failures, she was able to study magic quite efficiently. Despite limited time for magic, Luna's thoughts are always on it, analyzing spells and her mistakes, making her study efficiently. Khan's precise teachings also accelerate her learning, making her progress faster than a typical apprentice. Section. Khan's life improved dramatically after Luna arrived, though he was initially unaware of it, as his interest was solely in magic. He only thought it was somehow more convenient. Gradually, he began to appreciate the clean mansion, a pleasant place to live, and the delicious fresh meals prepared every morning. Though he wasn't fond of talking, Luna's company wasn't unpleasant. Watching her grow and work hard brought warmth to his heart. Am I really okay with this? Khan began to wonder if he was being consumed by unnecessary emotions. He had dedicated his life to magic and had no regrets. He had taken in the girl from the Asra tribe out of necessity, but Luna seemed to have become valuable beyond that. Was this good or bad for his magical pursuits? He couldn't tell. However, the daily mornings where Luna greeted him with a smile didn't seem like a bad thing. When Luna asked, "Can I grow herbs and vegetables in the garden?" he was taken aback. He had always thought vegetables were for farmers and had no place in his life. The idea of turning the garden into a farm initially met with some resistance, but the garden was already neglected, so he let Luna have her way. Khan had never thought about how vegetables grew, let alone considered cultivating them in his mansion. Luna skillfully used the undead to prepare the garden and plant its seeds she had somehow acquired. You don't need to care for them meticulously. Just water them enough to prevent them from drying out and pull the weeds occasionally, and they'll grow on their own. Luna said she had experience growing vegetables while working for a human trafficker. Freshly picked vegetables are so delicious. Even a vegetable-averse person like you will enjoy them, master. Indeed, Khan wasn't fond of vegetables, disliking their raw taste. Every day, Luna diligently tended to the garden. Khan would occasionally watch from the window of his room, but there was something warm about watching a small child work so hard to grow plants. The plants in the garden grew quickly. I thought it would take more than a year to harvest them, but in less than 6 months they bore fruit. Khan looked at the plants in the garden with wonder, wondering how plants could grow so easily. Section. Finally, they're ready to eat. One morning, Luna served vegetables from the garden. They weren't perfect in shape, but Luna looked pleased. They're freshly picked, so they must be delicious. That means Luna probably didn't eat them. Moreover, he is encouraged to bite into the whole vegetable that has just been washed. Considering the possibility of poison, he thought Luna should taste them first, but he couldn't say that. Though he didn't want to eat them, he was curious about the vegetables grown in his garden. Khan took a bite. It wasn't particularly delicious. It was fresh but not extraordinarily tasty. How is it? Luna looked at him with mixed anticipation and anxiety. It's edible. Khan replied honestly. He could eat it, thinking it was grown in their garden. Luna's face lit up with a smile as she started eating the vegetables herself. They're delicious, especially because we grew them ourselves. That's more about feelings than taste. Khan thought but didn't say it. From that day on, vegetables and herbs frequently appeared on the table, reducing the disliked ingredients in Khan's diet, albeit unintentionally. Section. Luna was smart and efficient. Being from the Asura tribe, she had abundant magical power and progressed steadily in her studies. Her approach to magic was very practical, rooted in daily life. The first spell she learned was a fire spell because it was useful for cooking. Next, she learned a water spell to water the plants. The third was a wind spell to blow dust off pots and other items, though it initially blew the pots away too. Luckily, a skeleton caught the pots, preventing any damage. That was close. It's always good to be prepared. The skeleton had actually cracked a bone catching the pots, but Luna ignored it, believing it would heal eventually. If not, she planned to replace it with a new one once she became proficient. You've got a knack for this. Khan acknowledged Luna's talent. She learned ancient texts quickly and aimed to learn spells with clear purposes, which was very effective. Most importantly, her extensive use of skeletons as a necromancer was commendable. Thank you. Luna blushed with joy. Her smile when praised for her magic was genuinely happy. Chapter 4. It took me 3 years to finally be able to cast a spell. I could read and write, but ancient texts were completely beyond me. Magic books were difficult, and I struggled to use magic at all. But I managed to do it in 3 years. Isn't that amazing? Even my master, who never shows much emotion, praised me, saying I had a natural talent. It was a big deal for someone like him, who usually just eats my delicious food in silence, to compliment me. This is really great. However, the spells I could cast after all that effort were quite basic. I could light a fire like a match or produce a cup of water, simple things like that. To use advanced magic, it takes much more time. Master said it takes 10, 20 years, or even longer to master high-level spells. He started learning magic around my age, so he must have had about 30 years of experience before reaching an advanced level. It's a daunting prospect, isn't it? Being a wizard means dedicating your life to chasing an elusive dream. And whether I liked it or not, I had to walk that path too. After all, I was bought for a hefty sum, so I had no choice. Why did Master spend so much money to buy me? Wizards take on apprentices to continue their legacy. Since one lifetime isn't enough to achieve everything, they pass on their knowledge to their apprentices. Didn't you know? That's how it works with wizards. Usually, they pass it on to their own children, but for someone like Master, who never married, he adopted a child with magical potential to continue his legacy. In that sense, I was the perfect candidate, as I inherited the blood of Asura. Despite appearances, I have a lot of magical power, but having magic is useless without knowing how to use it. It will take decades of training for me to fully control my powers. It's strange, isn't it? After that, my days didn't change much. Oh, I did start going to town alone for shopping. At first, Master came with me, but he was more of a hindrance. He looked so suspicious that shopkeepers were wary of him. Once he realized I wouldn't run away, He let me go alone. Not that I had anywhere to run to. When I went on my first solo errand, I was given a charm to wear around my neck. You probably know, it's to make me less noticeable. A girl walking alone can attract trouble, after all. Just like I was once kidnapped, the charm is a bit of a parental precaution. But because of that, I couldn't make any friends, and it was a bit lonely. I usually bought food like bread, vegetables, and meat. I often delivered medicines to the pharmacy, which was Master's main source of income. But that alone wouldn't cover the money spent to buy me, so there must have been other sources of income, though our daily expenses were covered by the medicine sales. Master used to make the medicine himself, but after years of learning, I now handle most of it. Impressive, right? The trick is to teach the skeletons to do the work. Teaching them to grind herbs carefully made the job much easier. I was good at teaching others, even if they were undead. It's probably thanks to watching Molly teach children closely. You have to demonstrate, explain, let them try, and praise them. Only then do they learn. Praising is my own touch. Molly was always scolding and never praised. But without praise, motivation doesn't come. Does praise work on the undead? Yes, it does. Even plants grow better when praised. It's true. Praise is the simplest form of magic. I'm not joking. Section. Magic is fundamentally about using words to influence the world and people. Anyway, thanks to me making the medicines, Master could focus on his magical research. He finally gave me proper praise, saying, "Luna, you're amazing." Of course, I am. I'm high-quality goods. He was slow to realize it. I even started going alone to gather herbs. What? Isn't it dangerous to gather herbs alone? Yes, it's dangerous for a cute girl like me to go into the forest alone. But I wasn't really alone. I had a skeleton bodyguard with me. Of course, I put a hood over their head so that they wouldn't be recognized from the outside. And just to be on the safe side, I had the skeleton carry a talisman, so it wouldn't stand out, would it? Proof. Some men tried to kidnap me in the forest, not realizing I had a skeleton with me. What happened to those men? Knight, can you keep any secret? Really? Okay. Some bad people disappeared, and in return, I got valuable materials for necromancy. When I brought the materials home secretly at night, Master was pleased. He doesn't show much emotion, but I could tell he was happy. Those men probably appreciated contributing to magical advancement. I doubt they would have done anything good while alive. Do you think my sense of right and wrong is odd? Why? Do you think those bad people should have lived? Kidnappers, thieves, robbers, murderers, and traitors. The law. I'm not talking about the law. I'm asking if you think they should have lived or not. I'm not talking about legal matters. Right. I'm not wrong. If the law was perfect, I wouldn't have been sold, and I wouldn't have been bought. Things are much better now compared to the past. What was I talking about? Yes, I was talking about my ordinary daily life. Not ordinary. It is ordinary. Doing housework, gathering herbs, making medicine, learning magic from Master, and sleeping. It's the same routine. Everyone has a routine, doing different things but repeating the same cycle. That's an ordinary life. But then, my ordinary life started to change a bit. Someone appeared who wasn't affected by the charm. It wasn't a bad thing. It just meant I finally made an acquaintance. Chapter 5. At first, the person at my regular pharmacy changed. Until then, an old lady used to buy the medicine, but one day, a young woman took over. I think she said she was the old lady's granddaughter. Even though she was young, she was older than me. Maybe around 20 years old. She had long, beautiful black hair, a slender figure but with curves in all the right places, and a mole at the corner of her right eye that made her look so alluring. I wondered why someone like her was working at a pharmacy. I thought she could have found a better job. But ever since she started working there, the pharmacy became very popular. It's great to be beautiful, isn't it? Oh, of course, I'm also beautiful, so I benefit from it too. Do you know that pharmacy? No, they're not around anymore. It was a long time ago. Even a knight like you can't know everything about the town, right? Beautiful women get married quickly, you know. Were you interested in that young woman? Too bad. One day, when I went to the pharmacy, that young woman spoke to me. Thank you always, Luna-chan, she said with a melting smile. I was shocked. Even if I introduced myself, the charm's effect would make them forget my name by the next day. But I was happy because, until then, people could only vaguely remember me. Apart from my master, she was the first person in this town to know me. Why didn't the charm work? Maybe because she had a strong resistance to magic. This level of charm doesn't work on wizards, sorcerers, and mages, and sometimes there are non-wizards with strong resistance to magic. Well, that's not important. I made a friend for the first time since Dorothy. That's what matters. If I think of her as a friend, she's a friend, right? That's how it works. Her name was Luciana, and we started talking a lot. We didn't talk about anything significant, just town gossip, popular trends, people's relationships, and so on. She also told me things like this kind of man is good and that kind of man is bad. Talking with Luciana made me feel a bit more grown up. I didn't have anyone else to talk about such things with. Talking with Luciana became my favorite thing to do. With my master, I only talked about magic. He doesn't have the concept of enjoying a chat. Even during meals, he doesn't say a word more than necessary, which is quite troublesome. I kept Luciana a secret from my master. If he found out there was someone the charm didn't work on, he might give me a stronger magical tool, or worse, forbid me from going to town. That would be so boring, right? How much did I tell Luciana about my master? I told her I was a sorcerer. Since I was delivering medicine, she must have figured that much. Oh, the medicines I deal with are different from those of an apothecary. The ones I deliver require magic in their processing. That's why she figured out I was a sorcerer. But I kept my necromancy a secret. If she knew our servants were skeletons, she'd find it creepy. She didn't ask too many questions either. She understood that a girl my age being an apprentice to a sorcerer must have a lot going on. Not prying too much was another good thing about Luciana. And because she was from a pharmacy, she knew a lot about makeup. Sometimes she would put makeup on me. Luna-chan, I think this color suits you, she'd say, putting lipstick on me. I was at an age where that made me really happy. Seeing other girls my age looking pretty made me a bit envious. But my master never noticed when I wore lipstick. Not that I wanted him to, but it made me think he was quite a hopeless person. There's always a reason why some people can't get married. People who don't notice such things are no good. I bet a knight like you would notice these things quickly. Oh, just to be clear, I often got looks from men whether I wore makeup or not because I'm beautiful. Men didn't approach me because of the charm, but without it, I'm sure I'd be very popular. Do you understand? If you do, that's good. Also, around this time, I started learning necromancy. I began with rats. Starting with people right away is impossible. The bigger it is, the harder it gets. Could I cast spells on dragon bones? You'd need talent, an excellent master, and 50 years of training for that. Without talent, even 50 years wouldn't be enough. You'd have to dedicate your youth to magic and only manage it in old age. Bones are particularly difficult. The older they are, the harder they are to enchant. Freshly dead bodies are ideal to start with. I started practicing on freshly dead rats. Rats are small and not very intelligent, but then you move on to dogs and cats, and finally to human bodies. It takes about 20 years to get to that point. My master, who can control skeletons, is a pretty amazing necromancer. I didn't realize how skilled my master was until I started learning magic. The more I learned, the more I understood his greatness. Can my master control dragon bones? I don't know. Dragon bones aren't something you can get easily, right? He's never tried it. But even he isn't that old, so it might be tough. No matter how talented you are, the years of training matter. Is the necromancer you're looking for capable of controlling dragon bones? That would be impressive. That's grand wizard level. You'd have to live a very long time to reach that level. So, where was I? Oh yes, I was talking about my intense necromancy training with rats. Actually, I wasn't controlling the rats. I was summoning spirits into the corpses to use them. Low-level spirits, of course. As you get better at summoning higher-level spirits, you can use them in larger bodies. This is the basics of necromancy. Using spirits instead of souls makes it a bit easier. Advanced necromancy involves binding the souls of the dead to their bodies. Ghouls and skeletons are in this category. The spell is advanced, but since you don't have to summon spirits each time, once you master it, you can control a large number of undead at once. How many undead can my master control? A lot of ghouls, I think, but I don't know the exact number. There's not much point in controlling too many. That's not what wizards aim for. We aim to master magic. There's no other purpose. But that's how people are, right? Artists, poets, scholars are the same. They strive to master their craft. There's no other reason. The pursuit itself is the goal. Even though I didn't choose the path of magic, I intend to pursue it diligently. I can now control the bodies of larger animals. I'm making an effort, believe it or not. So, that's where I stand with my magic. Then, after getting close to Luciana, another person appeared who wasn't affected by the charm. This time it was a boy about my age. Chapter 6. The first time I met him was on my way home from shopping. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, was tall, and his face wasn't bad, but he had this annoyingly confident look. You know the type, right? He was standing arrogantly in the middle of the road. Beside him was a slightly younger boy with black hair who looked obedient and a bit apologetic. Both were well dressed. The arrogant blonde called out to me, "Hey, girl, want to have a chat?" What a nightmare. Even kidnappers have better pick-up lines. So, I decided to ignore him. I moved to the side of the road and tried to walk past the fool. Then, "Wait a minute. Did you not hear me talking to you? Are you deaf?" He grabbed my shoulder. "Touching a woman you just met. How rude can you be?" If I had brought a skeleton with me, I would have turned him into necromancy material right then and there. But, being a lady, I responded politely. "It's not that my ears are bad, it's that your head is. And while we're at it, your manners and speech are awful too. I was kind enough to ignore you, but you didn't even appreciate that mercy. You should be reborn as a cockroach and start over. Now, could you let go of my shoulder? Touching a lady you've just met is beyond impolite. Even a 3-year-old would have better manners. The longer you touch me, the more my value declines, so let go right now." He was stunned, frozen in place. The black-haired boy slowly removed his hand from my shoulder, repeatedly apologizing. Excuse me," he said. I started to leave, but the blonde regained his senses. "Hold on. Was that insult directed at me? Did it sound like I was talking to myself?" "Of course, it was directed at you. Did you not understand my sophisticated words? Let me make it simple for you, go away. I dislike overly confident people. They usually rely on their birthright and can't do anything on their own. Luciana always said, overconfident men are usually no good. I completely agree. No, what did I do? I just spoke to you. Let me tell you, women usually are thrilled when I talk to them. I almost felt sorry for him. He was obviously some clueless noble's son. So, I enlightened him. There's no reason for anyone to be happy when you talk to them. Think about it. What value do you have? Probably nothing more than your parents' status and wealth. The women happy to talk to you are thrilled about your parents' status and money, not you. You have no value of your own, not even worth a single copper coin. No girl would be happy to be spoken to by a single copper coin. He stood there with his mouth agape, dumbfounded. The black-haired boy, unsure of what to do, looked worried. It was kind of cute. I used that moment to leave. I figured by tomorrow, the amulet would make them forget everything anyway. But the next time I went shopping, after delivering to the apothecary, I spent a good hour telling Luciana about the blonde fool. She listened with a big smile, clearly amused. After a bit more shopping, I was heading back to the mansion when I saw that fool again. "My name is Wrath," he said, a bit sulkily. "I am Killian," said the black-haired boy beside him. Wrath had probably been scolded by his mother for not introducing himself properly. It's basic etiquette, after all. I was puzzled as to why the amulet hadn't worked. With Luciana, I could write it off as a fluke, but not with two people. Neither seemed like a mage, they both carried swords. I began to wonder if the amulet had lost its power. I took the amulet from around my neck and examined it closely. Ah, that amulet doesn't work on us. Rest assured, it's not broken. Wrath said awkwardly. If the amulet didn't work, it meant they had some means to resist its magic. I understood. Is that so? My name is Luna. I see. Luna, I said, as courtesy demanded. Well, would you like to have some tea? My treat. Wrath asked nervously. The knight serves it, too, but it's pretty expensive. Not so much. No, it is expensive, for a commoner like me. You thought if you let me drink tea, I might not mind going out with you. You think I'm easily swayed? Not at all. But girls are weak to such offers. Especially me, as I'd never had food or drinks outside before. I'd always wanted to try it. All right, I'll go. I've wanted to visit that shop, I said, pointing to a popular place on the main street that Luciana had recommended. Very well, Wrath answered, regaining his arrogance as he led us inside. I followed, with Killian bringing up the rear. The shop was as lovely as Luciana had said. The decor was stylish, the chairs comfortable, and the staff very polite, making me feel a bit like a noble myself. I was so pleased I ordered tea and various sweets. They were quite expensive, but Wrath didn't seem to care. Wrath sat across from me while Killian stood behind him. They only ordered tea, looking quite used to this. So, what do you want from me? I asked, breaking the silence. Well, since you offered me tea, I thought I'd talk you. Well, I heard about a female mage and was curious to see what she was like, Wrath said. Still a bit nervous, likely still reeling from my earlier outburst. Curious. Are female mages that rare? Yes, especially one from the Asra tribe with red eyes. It's hard not to be intrigued. Apparently, people from the Asra tribe were rarer than I thought. I assumed the amulet kept me unnoticed, but rumors must have spread. Really? But it's nothing special. I have more magic power than most, but mastering it takes time. How long? Probably over 10 years. What, that long? Both Wrath and Killian were shocked. They must have thought Asra could easily wield great magic. It takes time to master anything, I said, giving a vague yet wise-sounding answer. Wrath and Killian nodded deeply. So, what kind of person is your mentor? Wrath seemed interested in my teacher as well. Now that I think about it, Wrath and the knights asked similar questions. No matter. As thanks for the treat, I shared my background story. A little service, but I kept the necromancy part a secret. Handling corpses isn't something you casually mention. After I finished, Wrath and Killian looked very serious. What a life. Not knowing your parents, raised by slavers, sold to a wizard, and forced to learn magic. Killian nodded deeply, and they seemed to bond over my story. I didn't think it was a big deal, but they were really moved. Chapter 7. Side 1. One day, a few days after I first spoke with Luna, I decided to take Killian and go out to meet her again. I timed our outing to coincide with Luna's usual visit to the town because I wanted to see her once more. Killian also seemed to have a favorable opinion of Luna and came along eagerly. As we arrived in town, I quickly spotted Luna shopping, just as she always did at this time. I waited until she finished her errands before approaching her to avoid being a nuisance. We meet again, Luna. Oh, Wrath and Killian, she responded, as if greeting a casual acquaintance. Well, that's fine. This feels refreshing in its own way. Would you like to have tea with us again? I had learned from our previous encounter that Luna couldn't resist an invitation to tea. You must be quite wealthy, Wrath, she said sarcastically, but eventually gave in to the temptation. We entered a tea shop and were shown to a private room. Luna took off her white robe, revealing her figure, which was more feminine than I had expected. Even though she was fully clothed, I found it hard to look directly at her. Her hair, usually hidden by her hood, was now visible. It flowed like golden threads and swayed with her movements, drawing my attention. I looked at her face. Her ruby-like eyes contrasted with her silky white skin, giving her a look of determination. Beauty and strength seemed to coexist within her. When our eyes met, I felt embarrassed and looked away. I had never experienced such a feeling before. "Luna, do you ever wish to be free?" I asked, gathering my courage to address the red-eyed girl. If she expressed a desire for freedom, I was prepared to help her achieve it. "What is freedom?" she asked, seemingly uninterested. "Right now, you're owned by someone, but in this country, human trafficking is not allowed. If you report it, you might be able to break free from your current situation. Isn't that strange? Just because something is illegal in one country, saying the contract is void here doesn't make sense. The person who paid for me would just be at a loss," she said, as if discussing someone else's problem. "People should be equal under God. Buying and selling people is wrong. If it's a sin, then the loss is justified. That's wrong. People aren't equal. From birth, some are born into high-status families like yours, while others can't even afford tea. I'm not blaming you, that's just how the world works." Enjoying the aroma, Luna slowly sipped her tea. Despite being around the same age as me, she had a strangely mature outlook. If you don't aim for beautiful things, nothing will improve. People should seek ideals. Eventually, other countries will also prohibit human trafficking like this one. Rat, you're unexpectedly proper. When I first saw you, I thought you were a more arrogant person. Finally, Luna turned to me and gave me a smile. To me, who thought that having a smile directed at me was only natural, it felt incredibly valuable. "So, do you want to be free or not?" "I don't know. I have no home to return to even if I were free. Besides, I find value in proving my worth beyond the price my master paid for me. You might not understand, but I also enjoy learning magic. It feels right for me. But the magic you're learning..." I was about to say more when Killian gently touched my back, signaling me to stop. "What about the magic I'm learning?" "I was just wondering what kind of magic your master is teaching you." "Nothing special. Just normal magic like lighting fires and producing water." Luna emphasized the normalcy of her magic. "What does your master usually do?" "It seems like you do all the housework, shopping, and even making potions." "He's researching magic." "That's what wizards do, right?" While it's normal for wizards to research magic, it was unusual for someone to stay indoors all day. No one had seen her master except for Luna. "I'd like to meet this master of yours." "That's impossible," she said flatly. "No one in town knows about me because of this amulet. If my master found out I made some acquaintances, who knows how he'd react? He'd probably forbid me from going out. So, I can't introduce you to him." "Do you get along well with your master?" I asked, curious. "We've been together for about 10 years, so I guess we're like family. Though I've never known what a real family is like." "I see. If you say so, then it must be true." I couldn't say anything more. I didn't understand the relationship between a girl who had never known a family and the wizard who bought her, but Luna's face showed no signs of distress. After seeing Luna off, we headed to the apothecary. This is where she delivered her potions. The shop was just closing, but I opened the door and entered anyway. "Did you have a pleasant conversation with Luna, Lord Wrath?" Luciana, who was inside the store, asked me, with a faint smile. "Yes. That's good to hear. You don't often have such good company." Indeed. Having been cared for by Luciana since birth, I couldn't argue with her. It was her report that piqued my interest in Luna in the first place. She had informed me about a wizard's apprentice, a girl around my age, who was different from the girls around me. Intrigued, I decided to meet her. Luciana had given me a ring to nullify magical influences, as without it, the girl's presence would go unnoticed due to her amulet. When we first met, Luna had thrown insults at me, something I'd never experienced before. It was a shocking event. I had consulted Luciana, who scolded me, saying, "You get what you deserve for associating with the wrong kind of women," and advised me to properly introduce myself to Luna. I was reluctant to admit it, But it was humbling to admit my mistake, but it worked. Now, I could speak with Luna normally. What do you think of Luna? She's beautiful, intelligent, and though she's rude, I find her likable. High praise from you, Lord Wrath. Luciana laughed. I think Luna is a good person too. Killian, who was standing behind her, said. Killian is Luciana's younger brother. If Killian says so, it must be true. Luciana smiled at him. She was always gentle with her brother. But I had a chat with Luna while having tea. I'm not sure how much she knows about her master. She emphasized that her magic is normal, but is it really? Luna doesn't talk much about her master. If the magic she learns is truly ordinary, she wouldn't hide it. So, it's likely she's learning. Necromancy? Necromancy involves magic through the dead or spirits. It originally aimed to know the past or future through the dead, but later evolved into controlling the dead and ultimately surpassing death itself. However, the method of transcendence was problematic. It involved transforming oneself into a vampire. Vampires are considered the worst kind of monsters. In the past, our ancestors who rebelled nearly wiped out the people of Asra. But among the Asra people, those who specialized in necromancy became immortal kings surpassing vampires and fought our ancestors, causing devastating damage. Hence, in legends, vampires are said to have red eyes, leading to the persecution of the entire Asra people. Eventually, magic itself was banned, but over time, the restrictions loosened, and now magic is generally accepted. However, necromancy remains forbidden. This is only known to those who study magic, as revealing it to the public might lead to widespread fear of magic. Have you found any proof that her master is a necromancer? A powerful barrier surrounds the mansion. If we approach carelessly, they might detect our movements. Moreover, we don't know what traps lie inside and outside the mansion, making it difficult to infiltrate. Why do you think Luna was taken as an apprentice? If that magician, Khan, is a necromancer, then probably for the ritual to become an immortal king. There is a significant difference between a mere vampire and an immortal king. Vampires are weak to sunlight and silver weapons, and they die if their heart is pierced. They are not truly immortal. However, immortal kings have no such weaknesses. While they can be defeated, they have no clear vulnerabilities. It is said that Asra people can become immortal kings if they transform into vampires. But for non-Asra people to become immortal kings, they must transform into vampires and then drain the life of an Asra person by drinking their blood. When will the ritual take place? Luna mentioned they've been living together for about 10 years. Perhaps Khan's magic hasn't yet reached that level, or Luna needs to possess a certain amount of magical power. Or both. Luciana is an excellent magician. That's why I had her investigate. Was Luna made an apprentice to enhance the magical power needed for the ritual? It's likely to bridge the gap in magical power between us and the Asra people. Luciana looked bitter. When will the ritual happen? The goal is to become immortal, so they probably aren't in a hurry. In past cases, the ritual often began when the magician's death was near. I felt a bit relieved. From Luna's story, Khan didn't seem to be that old. Even if Khan was a necromancer, the ritual was still a long way off. Chapter 8. Side 2. When it was time for Luna to come to town, I began to visit her frequently. Not every day. I wasn't that free. But I went often enough for Luciana to tease me, saying, "You're quite devoted, aren't you?" Of course, Luna didn't come to town every day, so sometimes I couldn't find her. But that made the joy of finding her even greater. Yes, meeting her made me happy, but it wasn't as if we could be alone together. Killian always accompanied me. As my attendant, it couldn't be helped, but I wished I could meet alone sometimes. Luna was also busy with her errands, so we couldn't be together for long. That was frustrating. Then, I had an idea. Section. You're heading to town quite early today, Lord Wrath. Killian, who had come along, looked puzzled. Even if we go early, Lady Luna has her own errands. She won't have time for us, will she? No problem. I stated firmly. Yes, there was no problem. After a while, I saw Luna approaching from a distance. When she noticed us, She had a surprised look on her face. You're early today, Wrath. I have errands to run, so I can't have tea with you at this hour. No problem. No problem. Luna looked puzzled. Killian had a similar expression. Killian will take care of your errands. Killian will do my errands. Luna seemed unable to comprehend what I had said. Lord Wrath, I haven't heard anything about this. Killian protested with wide eyes. I just told you now, didn't I? He's really inflexible. No, as your guard, I can't leave your side. Killian protested desperately. Do you not trust me? Do you think I would fall behind someone? That's not it. But, Killian stammered at my rebuttal. It's fine, Wrath. These are my errands, after all. Luna sided with Killian. No, it's not fine, Luna. How much do you know about the capital? You just go back and forth between your mansion and a few shops. And with that charm on, you can't make any acquaintances, can you? This is a good opportunity to go where you want. Luna was at a loss for words. She was serious, but curious. Now go, Killian. It's a knight's duty to work for a maiden. Or do you not listen to your lord? I'll tell my sister about this later. Killian sulked a bit but then seriously listened to Luna's errands. Sorry, Killian. Luna looked apologetic, but in the end, she entrusted her errands to him. She seemed to have succumbed to her curiosity. Section. After seeing Killian run off, I took Luna to various places. A hill with a view of the capital. It had a great view and was popular with couples. Luna eagerly searched for her mansion and familiar places from there. It looks different from up here, she said, delighted like a child. Well, she had never been to such places since she was a child, so it was inevitable. It gave me mixed feelings. After spending quite a bit of time on the hill, I then showed her around the shops in town. Shops selling clothes, accessories, and jewelry. All places that would delight a woman. Luna was happy but didn't buy anything. Why don't you buy something? I'll pay for it. I can't let someone buy things for me. Money is important, you know? After all, I can earn it myself. Luna said jokingly. It was a slightly sad joke, and I couldn't push her further. However, she gladly ate food. Even though it cost money, she didn't seem to mind as long as it didn't leave a lasting form. Probably because it wasn't something tangible. We ate various things from street stalls. Nothing expensive, just ordinary food that common people could afford. Luna enjoyed it. There were other things I wanted to do, but Killian came back, panting. I'm done, Lady Luna. He really has no tact. Thank you, Killian. Luna gave Killian her brightest smile of the day. It was annoying. Then, Luna turned to me. Thank you, Wrath. I really enjoyed today. Probably the most in my life. I saw something beautiful. Something money could never buy. I enjoyed it too. Probably the most in my life. But I was too embarrassed to say that and turned my face away. Chapter 9. I continued to meet Wrath occasionally after that. Usually, he would wait for me on the street after I'd finished shopping. Each time, he'd treat me to tea, and it became something I looked forward to. Tea and sweets were rare treats for me, you know. One time, I said to him, I wish everyone could have tea every day. Then, that's unrealistic. Tea is a luxury transported from distant places. It's not something that can be made cheaply. Wrath replied in a haughty manner. Then what about sweets? Sugar used in sweets is even more expensive. It only comes from far in the south. Then why not grow tea and sugar locally? Those things can only grow in certain climates. It's not that simple. Then why not produce a lot there and transport it here? They have their own circumstances over there. It's not as if they'll comply just because we ask them to. The world is inconvenient, isn't it? I wish everyone could enjoy tea and sweets. A world where everyone lives like nobles. You say some outrageous things. We had such conversations often. When I drink tea, I sometimes recall those moments. Who is Wrath, you ask? I don't know. I think he's probably a high-ranking noble. Wouldn't a knight like you know? A tall, arrogant blonde man? You don't? Well, that's fine. There was also a time when he accompanied me to gather herbs. I tried to refuse, but he insisted, saying, "It's dangerous for a girl to go alone," and practically forced himself along. I had no choice, so that day I left my skeleton behind. Instead, Wrath and Killian guarded me. But they helped pick herbs, which made them more useful than the skeleton. Teaching a skeleton to distinguish herbs from poisonous plants is very difficult. Skeletons can't handle tasks that require knowledge. They can't tell herbs from poisonous plants. When I went herb gathering with Wrath and Killian, Killian even prepared lunch for us. It was like a noble's picnic, and it was fun. Wrath is surprisingly strong, too. Once, when we were gathering herbs, we were attacked by a monster in the forest. Usually, my skeleton would drive it away, so it wouldn't be a problem, but with Wrath and Killian, they looked like high-ranking nobles but didn't seem particularly strong. I was worried. Will they be okay? You think I was too calm? I can use magic, after all. I've learned offensive spells, and I can defeat most monsters unless they're very powerful. So, it wasn't an issue. But, since the boys were eager to protect me, it would have been tactless to defeat the monster myself, right? In such situations, I think it's better to let the boys try their best. If they couldn't handle it, I could always step in to help. It would feel good to save the proud Wrath if he was struggling against a monster, don't you think? I'd even gain some leverage over him. Am I being mean? Not at all. Luciana once did something similar. She told me that proud men become more obedient once you break their high spirits. So, isn't it natural for women to do such things? You disagree? How would you know? You're not a woman. Well, never mind. But, as I said, Wrath and Killian were strong. The monster that appeared was about the size of a large wolf, but Wrath defeated it with a single swing of his sword as it lunged at us. It was impressive. He moved quickly and cleanly cut down a fairly large monster. I'm not an expert on swords, but even I could tell he was quite strong. He might even be stronger than my skeleton. By the way, when I say skeleton, I mean a high-level undead known as a Grim Reaper. My master told me much later that it was quite a high-ranking undead. If Wrath is stronger than such a high-ranking undead, his swordsmanship must be exceptional. You haven't heard of such a swordsman? Really? Killian seemed strong too, but there are things even knights don't know. There are more unknowns in the world than knowns. That's just how it is. So, over tea and while gathering herbs, I became friends with Wrath and Killian. Wrath often offered to set me free, even though I told him it was fine. He even said he'd repay the money my master paid for me. Even for a noble, that's not an amount easily paid. But it made me happy to hear. When I think about it, Wrath is the only boy I've gotten to know. Oh, Killian too, but he's more like Wrath's younger brother, so it's a bit different. Other men I know are Mason and my master, but they're much older and quite unique. So, I'm glad I met Wrath. Our first encounter was terrible, but he turned out to be a good guy. His face. Well, I don't really want to admit it, but it wasn't bad. But we often argued over silly things. We once argued about who is more childish. Of course, Wrath was the childish one, but he challenged me to prove how I was more mature. I'm not a child. I know a lot of things, I declared. Really? Like what? When you kiss someone you love, it leaves a mark on their body. Did you know that? It's quite an adult piece of knowledge, isn't it? Who told you that? The lady at the apothecary. You should find a new apothecary. Wrath was exasperated. It's a silly story, but for some reason, I remember it well. Such trivial moments are surprisingly important, I think. And I received my first ever present. I declined jewelry because my master would notice, but Wrath gave me a small bracelet, saying I could wear it under my clothes. Wearing it under my clothes defeats the purpose of jewelry, but I still wear that meaningless bracelet. Under my clothes. Do I think Wrath likes me? Of course. After all, I'm beautiful. There's no boy who wouldn't like me, but I know. He's a noble, and I'm a sold girl with an uncertain status. There's no future in it. But it's fine. I'm going to live as a wizard, so such things aren't necessary. Forever. So, is that the end of my story? I didn't talk much about my master. Sorry about that. He's always holed up in the mansion and rarely goes out. So, there's nothing to talk about. I could go on about myself, though. Does he never go out? He does occasionally. He's gone for a long time when he does. Sometimes for a week. I think he goes to gather materials needed for magic. He was away for quite a while when he came to buy me. When did he last go out? About a month ago. He was gone for quite some time. He looked a bit tired when he returned, so I remember it well. Was that helpful? I'm glad. And thanks for the tea. Chapter 9.5. Episode 3. Luna led the way, with Wrath and Killian walking alongside her. They were in a forest near the royal capital, a place rarely ventured into despite its proximity to the city. This forest was known to be a dangerous place teeming with monsters, reminding people that human civilization only occupied a small part of the world. People from the capital often gossiped about the forest, saying things like, monsters appear there, ghosts are said to haunt it, or those who enter the forest never return. Parents even used it as a scare tactic to discipline their children, threatening, I'll leave you in the forest. Yet, Luna hummed a tune as she walked through this ominous place. The dense foliage made visibility poor, and there was no telling what might jump out at them. Wrath and Killian had already drawn their swords, ready for any danger. Hey, Luna! Wrath called out. Unable to contain his curiosity. How can you be so relaxed? Don't you know there are monsters in this forest? The presence of monsters was not just a rumor. Sometimes they ventured close to the capital, prompting the knights to intervene. Oh, I'm a wizard, you see. I can detect the presence of monsters. Though only an apprentice, Luna had mastered many spells unusual for her age. She wasn't proficient in flashy attack magic but excelled in practical spells like igniting fires or summoning water. One such spell allowed her to detect monsters. So, there are no monsters nearby? Wrath asked, feeling a bit embarrassed for his cautiousness. They actually had even pulled out their swords. Not nearby, no. My spell doesn't detect monsters directly but senses hostility. So we're not being targeted right now. But it's still wise to stay alert. Luna's nonchalant response didn't comfort Wrath. But why are you so calm then? It's this talisman, Luna said, holding up the charm around her neck. It doesn't just work on humans. It has some effect on monsters too. As long as we don't provoke them, we can avoid them. Are you saying that if we encounter a monster, only Killian and I will be in danger? Wrath's voice carried a hint of anger. He had volunteered to help gather herbs but didn't like feeling like bait. Well, yes. I can escape while you two handle the monsters. It makes me much safer, Luna said with a mischievous smile, twirling in her white robe. Her playful charm quickly dissolved Wrath's irritation. Killian, blushing, also found himself captivated by Luna. Just kidding. If monsters attack, I'll use my magic to help. Let's all do our best. In the capital, Luna was already beautiful, but here in the forest, she seemed like a lively fairy, radiating joy. Section. Following Luna's guidance, Wrath and Killian gathered herbs. Wrath occasionally picked the wrong plants, and Killian showed a surprising knack for finding the right ones, which made all three laugh and enjoy the usually tedious task. They collected more herbs than expected, and Killian shared some sandwiches with Wrath and Luna. Luna used magic to produce and chill water for them. Meals like this aren't so bad. After eating and drinking, Wrath said, looking contentedly at the sky. You're so shameless, Wrath. You should have brought something too. Luna teased. What are you talking about? Eating is also an important role. What good is a cook without someone to appreciate the food? Wrath replied, making Luna and Killian exchange a smile. Seeing them smile together made Wrath a bit grumpy. After their meal, the three headed back to the capital. But Luna, leading the way, suddenly stopped. This is bad. Our path is blocked. Seems like an ambush, Luna said, her earlier cheerful expression now serious. Monsters, Luna? Wrath asked, drawing his sword, with Killian following suit. Yes, probably. They might have been targeting us from outside my spell's range. I sense multiple presences ahead and another approaching from behind. We're surrounded. A hint of panic crept into Luna's voice. No problem, Wrath said, stepping in front of Luna. I'll handle the ones ahead. Killian, you take the one behind. You can just stay back, Luna. Despite Wrath's confidence, Luna felt uneasy but kept silent. Moving forward, they saw two giant wolves, known as magic wolves, appear ahead. It is said that they are the ancestors of wolves, or that they were born between wolves and demons, but we don't really know. The size of the creature is more of a bear on all fours than a wolf, and its abnormally bloodshot eyes, miasma-filled breath, and large bared fangs spoke eloquently of its demonic nature. Another wolf appeared behind them. There are 3 of them. Are you sure we can handle this? Luna asked, worried. I said it's no problem. There is no one stronger than me. Killian, take the one behind. I'm scared. Luna thought to herself, but neither Wrath nor Killian showed any signs of anxiety. Instead, they seemed even calmer than before, facing their enemy with a unique composure that only those who have experienced many battles possess. Luna couldn't understand it and wondered, why are these 2 so calm? The magic wolves didn't attack immediately, but slowly closed the distance, creeping towards them. From their perspective, they had seen their prey, shocked by their appearance, retreating backwards. They planned for another magic wolf to attack from behind, and then they would join in the assault. Luna's detection magic had seen through their plan, but of course, she didn't expect the monsters to realize that. Instead, Wrath stepped forward, sword at the ready, facing the 2 magic wolves. The one that appeared behind them was being restrained by Killian. The magic wolves, unafraid of the humans who dared to face them, directed their hostility towards them. Splitting up to the left and right, they prepared to attack from both sides, growling menacingly. But Wrath stepped in. Moving as if to slide towards the magic wolf on the right, he swung his sword horizontally. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, one magic wolf stumbled back, and the other, in a panic, rushed towards Wrath to help its companion. This attack was exactly what Wrath had intended. Feinting an attack on the right magic wolf to move the left one, his goal was to defeat them one by one. The magic wolf that took the bait was struck directly in the head by Wrath's returning sword. It happened in an instant, and to Luna's eyes, it looked as if one magic wolf had tried to escape, only to be cut down by Wrath at the same time the other attacked. The stumbling magic wolf quickly regained its stance and attacked again, but Wrath swiftly swung his sword, easily defeating it. When Luna turned to look at Killian, she saw that the magic wolf there was already lying on the ground, covered in blood. Killian himself was just catching his breath, showing no signs of injury. Luna, who had been chanting a spell to support them, stopped and sighed in relief. You guys are really strong, huh? Of course, Luna. Who do you think I am? Wrath wiped the blood off his sword and sheathed it, his movements somewhat showy. Who? Well, Wrath, right? Luna tilted her head slightly. Well, yeah, I guess so. Wrath replied, looking a little uncomfortable at being asked directly. Master Wrath is the strongest warrior. No one can defeat him. Killian, excited by seeing Wrath defeat the monsters in front of Luna, praised him enthusiastically. The strongest. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Killian. Luna watched Killian praising his master with a gentle smile. Well, you should praise me a little too, you know? Wrath looked a little dissatisfied. Chapter 10. Conrad was organizing his thoughts. Most of what he heard from Luna was about her daily life, which didn't interest him much since he wasn't familiar with the common folks' lifestyle. However, there were several important pieces of information. Khan was indeed a necromancer and seemed to be quite powerful. Though it was said he couldn't control a skeletal dragon, it was possible that he hadn't taught Luna everything and might have reached that level. He also gathered details about Khan's mansion. The garden was full of ghouls that would grab and attack anyone who entered uninvited. What a terrifying trap. Inside the mansion were 3 skeletons known as Grim Reapers. High-level undead wielding scythes. Conrad wasn't sure if his knights could defeat them. He judged that it was too dangerous to force their way in. To reach Khan safely, he needed Luna's cooperation. In order to reach Khan without fail, he needed Luna's cooperation. So he asked Luna to talk to him. Luna, there's a possibility that Khan's life is in danger. My master's. Why? Luna asked curiously, seemingly unaware of the situation. Currently, the kingdom of Rama is at war with rebel forces and is facing heavy losses. However, this hasn't been disclosed to the citizens to prevent unnecessary panic. The kingdom of Rama, having built a vast empire, began to crumble when the martial king fell ill. Rebellions erupted everywhere, uniting under an anti-Rama banner, creating a significant upheaval. The numerically superior rebels were repeatedly defeating the Rama forces, leaving the kingdom in a precarious state. But the battles were far from the capital, making it seem distant to its citizens. Luna responded indifferently, likely thinking that the distant war had nothing to do with her. However, the tide is turning. A single wizard is repelling the rebels using an army of undead. This wasn't widely known, but the previously dominant rebel forces had their main armies decimated by these sudden undead attacks. The rebels were hiding their defeats to maintain morale, while the Rama forces, embarrassed to admit their reliance on undead, kept it low-key. Are you saying that's my master? I don't think he can create an army of undead. Luna tilted her head in disbelief. We don't know for sure, but it's unlikely that the undead are attacking the rebels on their own. There must be a powerful necromancer behind them. A skeletal dragon has even been confirmed. It's a fearsome opponent that even a large army can't defeat. Both Rama and the rebels are desperately searching for this wizard. Rama wants to protect him, while the rebels want to kill him. A skeletal dragon is a top-tier monster. Though not as powerful as a living dragon, it's hard to damage without anti-undead equipment, making it a formidable foe. The rebels didn't have such gear, making the undead even more troublesome. I understand the situation a bit, but there must be other necromancers besides my master, right? Actually, necromancy is still forbidden. Only formally trained mages know this, but practicing necromancy is a crime. So, there are very few necromancers. Necromancy is forbidden? I had no idea. Luna covered her mouth, eyes wide in shock. Not only that. You mentioned Khan was away a month ago, but during that time, there was a significant battle between Rama and the rebels. The rebels suffered a huge defeat due to undead attacks. This can't be a coincidence. It's highly likely Khan was controlling those undead. Conrad clasped his hands and looked intently at Luna. We're not here to accuse you. Luna, you weren't formally trained and didn't know. Plus, necromancy might be saving Rama. Even if Khan is the wizard we're looking for, we don't intend to punish him. So neither my master nor I will be punished. That's a relief. Luna sighed in relief. To know that they would not be charged with any crime. That's our intention, but not everyone in Rama feels the same about necromancers. There's debate over their treatment, and the rebels definitely want them dead. Khan's life is in danger regardless of whether he's the wizard or not. Since necromancy is forbidden by nature, they won't hesitate to kill anyone suspected of necromancy. What should I do? Take us to Khan. We'll guide him to a safe place. Let me consult with my master first. I can't just bring strangers to our mansion. No, we must hurry. I'm concerned about this person named Wrath. He was trying hard to free you from Khan. Maybe he knew Khan was a necromancer. I really don't know anyone named Wrath. I should know all the important people in this capital, but that name doesn't ring a bell. As for Killian, that's a common name. Our knight captain is named Killian too, though he's over 60. Wrath might be a rebel or even if they are from within the kingdom, someone opposed to necromancy. He could have been trying to gather information about Khan, and if they find out that he is a necromancer, they may be willing to eliminate him. Wrath. He was curious about my master, but I don't think that's true. It's just a possibility. But Rama is crumbling with the king's illness. The vast area of the Rama kingdom was built by the current generation of His Majesty. There have been many failures, partly as a reaction to the rapid expansion. The rapid expansion has left many cracks. Even within Rama, some are siding with the rebels. For them, the necromancer defeating the rebels is a threat. If Rama regains power, their betrayal will have been in vain. So, Trustworthy allies are few. Conrad grasped Luna's shoulders and stared into her red eyes. Please, trust us. We want to help you. Luna looked into Conrad's eyes, then sighed softly. All right. I'll guide you to my master. But can we go now? No problem. It'll be me and 2 of my men. They're trustworthy. Are there really no others you can trust? Sadly, no. Conrad smiled bitterly. But don't worry. My men and I are skilled knights. We'll protect you no matter what. With that, Conrad left the room to call his men. Protect me, Herr. Luna muttered, touching her shoulder where Conrad had grasped her. I don't trust overly friendly men. Her words didn't reach Conrad. Section. Conrad and his 2 men prepared themselves, donning cloaks over their armor and wielding silver swords, effective against undead, as a precaution. They were prepared for any eventuality. Sorry for the wait. Shall we go? Conrad addressed Luna, who had been leaning against the door. Yes. My story was long, and it's gotten quite late. Opening the door, they saw the scenery bathed in twilight. Chapter 11. Sight 3. As the sun set, casting a faint crimson glow in the western sky, Luciana burst into Rath's room. Lord Rath, there's a strong magical presence at Khan's mansion. It seems a ritual is taking place. What do you mean? Why start a ritual now? Was there any sign of this beforehand? Rath demanded sternly. I don't know, but it's certain that a high-level magical ritual is being conducted at Khan's mansion. The bracelet you gave Luna is reacting to strong magic. This isn't just a training or experiment level of magic. If it's a ritual for vampirism or, worse, the immortality of a lich, we need to stop it quickly, or it'll be too late. Luciana's usual composure was gone, replaced by urgency. The bracelet Rath had given Luna was a magical device that alerted Luciana to strong magical presences. It could detect magic within the range of an entire city, which was more than sufficient. Damn it, Killian. Rath called out to Killian. Yes, sir. Killian, who had been waiting nearby, knelt. Prepare silver weapons for both of us. Bring all the holy water you can carry. We're going to exterminate some vampires. Understood. Killian immediately sprang into action. Are you planning to go with just the 2 of you? Luciana looked at Rath. Of course not, you're coming too, but no one else. We don't need unnecessary casualties. Also, bring that mirror. That mirror? Are you sure you can just take it? It will be mine soon enough. Understood. With that, Luciana left to prepare as well. Why now? Rath muttered, biting his lip hard. Section. Not long after, the 3 of them were on horseback, approaching Khan's mansion. As usual, the area around the mansion was deserted. Not a soul in sight. What's with all these ghouls? Rath shouted. Surrounding the mansion were a large number of ghouls. The ghouls varied in appearance, old and young, male and female, all hunched over and groaning with a sense of resentment. They likely came from the graveyard, but this is... Luciana frowned. She was dressed in a black mage robe, her lower face covered by a veil, holding a long staff with a large gem at its tip. He's not even trying to hide that he's a necromancer anymore. Rath realized that the ghouls were meant to buy time and prevent them from interrupting the ritual. If he becomes the Lich King, nothing else will matter to him. Luciana said. While a vampire could still be managed, a Lich King, the Undead King, was a powerful creature of legend, requiring extensive preparation to defeat. In that time, Khan would likely escape. We have no choice. We'll cut through them. Killian, protect your sister. Yes, sir. Wait, Lord Rath. Let me handle this first. Luciana began chanting a spell, stopping Rath from rushing in with his sword. The incantation, spoken in ancient words imbued with magic, was incomprehensible to Rath and Killian. But the gem on Luciana's staff began to glow. When it shone brightly, Luciana aimed her staff at the ghouls and unleashed the spell. A crimson flame erupted from the staff, engulfing the ghouls surrounding the mansion. Hey, that flame won't burn down the mansion, will it? Rath asked, looking a bit worried. If it could, things would be much simpler. Luciana smiled with her eyes. We have to save Luna, and such flames can't break through the mansion's protective barriers. Perfect. Let's go. With the Gowls writhing in agony from the flames, Wrath, Killian, and Luciana entered the mansion grounds. Section. As the three passed through the gate, the mansion doors opened, revealing 3 skeletons. They each held scythes as tall as spears. Damn, Grim Reapers. These aren't just skeletons. They are high-level undead. Khan must be a very skilled necromancer. Luciana warned. They're just skeletons. Wrath charged at one of the Grim Reapers with his sword. Killian prepared to support Wrath by watching the other 2. Luciana began chanting another spell. Ha! Wrath slashed horizontally at the Grim Reaper, but the skeleton easily blocked it with the shaft of its scythe. Anticipating this, Wrath immediately switched to a diagonal slash. The Grim Reaper lifted its scythe to block the strike aimed at its shoulder, but Wrath then targeted the raised arms. With a deft motion, he severed both of the Grim Reaper's hands at the wrists. Well done. Killian, who was engaging another Grim Reaper, shouted in approval. The third was being held back by Luciana's magic. The disarmed skeleton stared at its lost limbs, seemingly confused. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wrath decapitated the skeleton. After quickly assessing the situation, Wrath severed the leg of the Grim Reaper fighting Killian. Then, he turned his attention to the one Luciana was dealing with. Killian carefully finished off the Grim Reaper that had lost its leg. The one held back by Luciana's magic couldn't react in time to Wrath's attack and was cut in half at the torso. Luciana quickly approached the upper half and crushed the skull with her heel. Grim Reapers can revive as long as their skulls remain intact, so make sure to crush them. Luciana said cheerfully. Understood. Wrath and Killian followed her instructions and crushed the skulls with their swords. Why did she use her heel? She could have used her staff. They wondered. Section. The 3 entered the mansion, which was eerily quiet. The interior, thanks to Luna's diligent cleaning, was unexpectedly clean and orderly, despite the dark ritual supposedly taking place. Where is it? Wrath asked Luciana. Downstairs. I sense the magic below. Where are the stairs? Probably in Khan's room. Ritual sites are highly private for a mage. They searched the rooms one by one. The dining room, library, parlor, and guest rooms were all tidy. Impressive. Despite the situation, Wrath was impressed by Luna's work. Luna was the only one who did the chores in Khan's mansion. Keeping such a large place clean alone was no small feat. Finally, they found a room that seemed to be Khan's private quarters at the far end of the first floor. This room was cluttered with books and mysterious objects. Luna was probably forbidden from cleaning this room by Khan. Is this it? Wrath looked around but saw no visible stairs. Usually, there's a hidden staircase behind a bookshelf, triggered by the mage's magic. Before Luciana finished speaking, Wrath slashed the bookshelf. It collapsed, revealing the hidden staircase. Hurry! Wrath kicked the debris aside and dashed down the stairs without hesitation. Killian and Luciana hurriedly followed. At the bottom of the stairs, darkness awaited, with no light in sight. Chapter 12. Side 4. Descending the pitch-dark staircase, they found themselves in a vast basement. The room was dimly lit with a bluish glow from magical lights. In the center stood something resembling an altar, and Luna lay upon it. Blood was visible trickling from her neck. The man with grey hair standing beside her must be Khan. Khan looked at Wrath and the others curiously. How did you get here? Did you defeat the Grim Reaper? His tone was flat, not particularly surprised. However, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. You bastard. What did you do to Luna? Wrath, furious, aimed his sword at Khan. This has nothing to do with you. I bought Luna with money. Khan replied emotionlessly. Do you think you can do whatever you want with a person's life just because you paid for it? Rules are something people make up. They are not the truth. Damn it. Wrath felt the frustration of being unable to reason with Khan. Lord Wrath. Luciana whispered from behind. Since Khan has become the immortal Lich King, we should retreat. We can't win alone. Luciana was calmly assessing that they had little chance against the immortal king. I'll defeat him here. You all can leave if you want. Wrath answered without taking his eyes off Khan. I will help, Killian said, drawing his sword. Luna is also my friend. Sigh, I guess I have no choice, Luciana said, gripping her staff tighter. Even if the master is foolish, it is the duty of the subordinates to follow. I don't understand why you're angry, but this is my mansion, and I was merely performing a magical ritual. I'm not causing anyone any trouble. Can you leave? Khan spoke as if trying to reason with them, despite their hostility. Your arguments make sense, but unfortunately, necromancy is forbidden. You can't claim ignorance. Face judgment by my sword. Wrath closed the distance between them as he spoke. That's also something people decided. Human lifespan is insufficient to master magic. That's why I sought eternity, nothing more. Khan began chanting a spell quietly as Wrath approached. I won't let you. Wrath closed the distance quickly, aiming his sword at Khan's throat. Khan dodged with a slight movement and kicked Wrath in the torso. Ooah! Despite the armor, the powerful blow lifted Wrath off his feet and sent him flying backward. For your age, you're quite strong, Wrath said, touching the spot where he was kicked, clearly trying to hide his frustration. Even as the immortal king or a vampire, physical strength and magic power improve significantly. Be cautious, Luciana shouted. Khan directed the spell he had finished chanting at Luciana. Instead of a wand, light emanated from his fingers, transforming into lightning that struck at Luciana. She swung her staff, creating a magical barrier, but the lightning easily pierced through, causing her some damage. Ooah! Luciana's face twisted in pain. Sister. Killian threw a bottle of holy water at Khan. The liquid hit, soaking Khan's body, and his skin began to blister and redden. So, even immortal react to holy water. Khan observed his blistering skin as if it were someone else's problem. Wrath and Killian timed their attack, striking at Khan together. Khan dodged their swords with expert precision, like a master. You monster! Despite Wrath's confidence in his sword skills, he was shocked to find them ineffective against an unarmed opponent. Khan deflected their swords with his hands and countered with punches and kicks. Thanks to his armor, Wrath wasn't seriously injured, but Khan showed no signs of fatigue. Killian threw holy water a few more times, but it wasn't very effective. Luciana's spells also had no impact due to vampirized Khan's high resistance to magic after becoming immortal. They had to keep fighting to prevent Khan from chanting more spells. It was clear their strength would run out first, leading to their defeat. Maybe we should have left after all, Luciana murmured. I don't mind if you leave now. I'm not interested in you, Khan said magnanimously. How condescending. Wrath's face showed clear fatigue despite his words. Killian was also breathing heavily. Khan hadn't shown any expression from the beginning, nor did he seem tired or injured. But then, a moment of silence fell over the basement, and Luna on the altar moved slightly with a groan. Could she be alive? Wrath's eyes widened. Luciana and Killian were also surprised. Luna quickly stopped moving again. Wrath glared at Khan. Are you not the immortal king? Ah, I stopped being that. Khan admitted it as if it were nothing. Why? That has nothing to do with you. Is that so? I see. Wrath exhaled slowly. Luciana, bring out the mirror. Understood. Luciana took out a mirror the size of a human head. Is that? For the first time, Khan's expression changed. The mirror of the sun was known to those in the magical arts. It absorbed sunlight during the day and could reproduce its brilliance at night. It was an ancient tool used to hunt vampires. Why do you have such a thing? The mirror of the sun was created by the people of Azura and could no longer be made. It was often used by royalty to legitimize their authority and rarely circulated among the general public. That's none of your business. Luciana, do it. At Wrath's command, Luciana infused the mirror with magic. The mirror projected the sun, emitting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire basement. Khan immediately shielded his face with his arm, but his exposed skin began to smoke and blister. Ooah! Khan's arm cracked and began to disintegrate under the intense light. Khan is unable to move from that position. Wrath approached Khan in a low stance and plunged his sword into Khan's heart. Ooah! Blood gushed from Khan's mouth as he slowly collapsed. That's enough. Wrath instructed Luciana to put away the mirror. Lord Wrath, could Khan still be alive? Luciana voiced her concern. It doesn't matter. He can't move and has only a little time left. Luciana put the mirror back into her robe. Wrath walked slowly towards Luna. Wake up, Luna. Open your eyes. Wrath shook Luna's body roughly. Ooah! Luna woke up, wincing in pain as she touched her neck. Why is Wrath here? Luna, still groggy, recognized Wrath. Do you remember what happened to you? I think Master. Ha! Seeing the blood on her hand from her neck, Luna recalled what happened just before she lost consciousness. Master bit me. Luna's awareness returned in an instant, and she shouted. Where is Master? He's over there. Wrath pointed to where Khan lay. Why? He turned into a vampire. We defeated him. Wrath answered matter-of-factly. Why did Master become a vampire? Luna was in shock. Ask him yourself. There's still time. Wrath carried Luna to where Khan lay and helped her stand. Master, why did you become a vampire? Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 13. The dying Khan had lost his light. Instead, memories from the past were flashing through his mind. Khan's father was a wizard, and Khan had been receiving magical education since he was young. Because of his natural aptitude for magic, he wasn't treated like an ordinary child. He was made to study only magic. As Khan grew and surpassed his father as a wizard, he sought even greater heights by finding and studying under the Grand Wizard Logan. Khan had never met a wizard greater than himself and was confident in his magic, determined to surpass Logan one day. However, Logan's magic far exceeded Khan's imagination. It might have been a difference in innate talent or perhaps a different approach to magic. If things remain as they are, I'll never surpass Logan. For Khan, magic was his reason for being. He had given up everything else for it. There was no turning back now. To surpass his master, Khan sought more time and longevity. This led him to necromancy. By becoming a vampire, he could gain eternal life. Moreover, becoming an immortal Lich King would grant him magical power beyond human limits. With that power, surpassing Logan wouldn't be difficult, also he thought. Necromancy was forbidden, a common knowledge among wizards, but Khan didn't care. Leaving Logan's tutelage, Khan dedicated himself to studying necromancy and set up a mansion in his homeland of Rama. As his wizard father, who was also a noble, had passed away, leaving him an inheritance, he had no financial worries. Khan threw himself into necromancy research without restraint. During his research, he discovered that becoming an immortal king required the life force of the Asura people. Though becoming a vampire would suffice for eternal life, he was intrigued by the power that came with being an immortal Lich King. I need an Asura. Khan decided to keep an Asura as one of his materials. However, human trafficking was banned in Rama. So, he sought information about Slavers dealing in Asura from other countries. Though Khan had few social connections, he was originally a noble and well known as a wizard, so he had some contacts. Through a noble from another country, he was introduced to Luna. Khan immediately traveled to that country and went to the slaver's mansion. The slaver, who called himself Mason, was a talkative, friendly man, but the tall woman named Molly who was with him glared at the gloomy wizard with frightening eyes. However, Khan didn't care about either of them, focusing only on Luna's condition. Red eyes, white skin, and golden hair. She was undoubtedly of Asura blood, matching Khan's knowledge. Khan paid Mason's asking price and took Luna. Though the price was high, money meant little to Khan, and his father's inheritance was enough to cover it. If money became a problem, he could make potions. Potions made by wizards were expensive, and many freelance wizards lived off potion making. Thus, Khan obtained an Asura, but Luna did not yet meet the conditions to be a sacrifice. She was still young, without the qualities of a wizard, lacking sufficient magical power, so she needed to be raised as a wizard. It's like needing a ripe fruit to eat. Luna was a talkative girl. When she repeatedly asked why Khan bought her, he told her, "To make you my apprentice." It wasn't a lie. He planned to make her his apprentice and then sacrifice her once she became a wizard. So, Luna began to call Khan Master. Master. Though Khan had been an apprentice, he had never taken one himself. In fact, he had never taken care of anyone before. A small change occurred within Khan, though it was slight. When they reached the mansion, Luna immediately said to Khan, "I have a request." Khan thought she wanted to return home. Of course, he had no intention of allowing that since she was his purchased material. However, Luna's request was to clean the mansion. Indeed, the mansion was quite messy, but Khan saw no problem with it for his magical pursuits. Yet, knowing his own sense wasn't normal, he allowed her to clean. He didn't want Luna to think of escaping because of the dirtiness. Luna worked hard. Despite her small body, she cleaned the entire mansion, organized things, and neatly arranged books. She also sought Khan's approval for things she thought she shouldn't do on her own. Initially, she was startled by the undead, but once she realized they wouldn't attack her, she used them as servants without fear, even more skillfully than Khan. Khan was impressed by how well she managed them. A month after Luna arrived, the mansion was impeccably clean. Though Khan hadn't minded the dirt, he was moved by the fact that the girl had achieved so much alone. However, one thing puzzled him. Occasionally, Luna would gaze intently at Khan, as if watching his reactions. Khan couldn't understand what it meant. After the mansion was clean, just as Khan thought they could finally move on to magical education, Luna made another request. "Please let me shave your beard." She had apparently been trained to shave men's beards by the slaver. Khan had no interest in it, but again, Luna looked at him intently. It was a look of fear or anxiety. Finally, Khan understood. "Ah, this child has nothing," he thought. She couldn't affirm herself, so she eagerly awaited Khan's reactions. She was trying to find herself in others. But Khan didn't know what to do. He had found himself in magic and lived a life indifferent to others. When he looked at Luna, her hand holding the razor was trembling. Very dangerous. Physically dangerous. However, she seemed confident in her ability to shave. Khan realized that accepting this was the only thing he could do for her. "I might die." For the first time in his life, Khan felt the fear of death. He wondered why, in seeking eternal life, he had to face danger for this girl. But in the end, he entrusted himself to Luna. Luna made Khan sit in a chair, stood on a platform, and happily shaved his beard. She was skilled. Khan himself didn't feel bad about it. He realized that this girl needed trust. From then on, as a master, he taught Luna magic. As one of Asra blood, she had high magical power and was quick to learn. Most importantly, she took a keen interest in magic and was eager to learn. Perhaps it was to gain Khan's approval, but Luna's efforts were genuine. When Khan said, "You have talent," she was particularly happy. Khan rarely praised others, but Luna always smiled at his rare compliments. And soon, Khan began to look forward to Luna's growth as a wizard. He was surprised by his interest in something other than magic. However, about 10 years after Luna arrived, as she grew into a beautiful woman, her behavior changed. On the days she went out shopping, she seemed in a good mood. Though she didn't seem to realize it, her behavior was noticeably different on the days she went out. "Does she have a lover?" Khan wondered but couldn't bring himself to ask. If she had a lover in town and left for him, Khan would be alone again. That thought terrified Khan. He couldn't imagine life without Luna. Khan had lost the intention to make Luna a sacrifice for becoming an immortal king. Instead, he realized he had developed an attachment to her. Chapter 14. "Master, why did you become a vampire?" Khan heard Luna's voice through his fading consciousness. He couldn't tell if it was real or just a hallucination. "To master the dark arts." His lips barely moved. "Then why did you bite me?" "At first, I intended to use you as a sacrifice to become the immortal king." "The immortal king? Why didn't you become that?" "As long as I avoid sunlight, there's not much difference between an immortal king and a vampire." "Then why did you bite me?" Luna asked again. "I feared eternal loneliness." "What?" "Until you came." Loneliness was like a friend to me, but as you stayed by my side, loneliness slowly turned into fear. So I made you my kin to be my companion. Why didn't you tell me that?" Luna shouted. "If I had, would you have accepted it?" "Of course not. If you had told me, I wouldn't have let it happen. I would have insisted we live out our lives as humans together. But then I couldn't have mastered the dark arts. Who cares? The pursuit is valuable because it's limited. If you live forever, you'll get bored and lose interest in magic. It's because we have limited time that the pursuit of knowledge is meaningful." "Ha!" Khan's lips curved into a slight smile. It was the first time Luna had seen her master smile. "You may be right." Khan's body was gradually turning to ash, but his expression was peaceful. "I feared one more thing, that you might leave me someday. Lately, you seemed so happy, and I realized it was because you had connections outside. I didn't want to lose you." Luna gasped. She thought her master had no interest in her, but he had been watching her closely all along. "You bought me, so of course, I'd stay with you. I would have listened to you if you had just said that." "I see. I bought something more valuable than I thought." Khan's body completely disintegrated. "Yes, I was something very valuable," Luna whispered, staring at Khan's ashes. He was her teacher in magic, a clumsy father figure, and the man who turned her into a vampire. She held back the urge to condemn Wrath and the others. It was clear they had acted out of concern for her. Besides, Luna herself, who studied necromancy, knew well that vampires were a threat. Even so, Luna's feelings of helplessness left her unable to move. Section. "So, what will you do now?" After a while, Luciana asked Wrath. She was questioning how to handle Luna. Though Luna had become a vampire, she was also of the Asra people and had reached the level of an immortal king. This was evident as the light of the sun mirror had no effect on Luna's body. "Luna, do you resent me?" Wrath asked, ignoring Luciana's question. Luna still stood before Khan's ashes. "No, I don't resent you. You came to help me, didn't you? I could never resent you for that." Luna smiled faintly at Wrath. "I see. Then come with me." "Ha!" Luciana exclaimed. "Wrath's armor, this isn't the same as keeping a pet. Luna is now an immortal king, a powerful creature. She needs human blood to survive. We can't bring her to the palace." Luciana pointed out harshly. "She can have my blood. That should solve the problem." Wrath declared arrogantly. "Are you serious?" Luciana stared at Wrath. "Of course. If I can't handle one vampire, what kind of king would I be?" "King?" Luna looked at Wrath and the others in confusion. "Wrath is a prince. And Luciana, you're a mage." The three of them exchanged glances. "Yes, I serve Wrath's armor. He isn't king yet, but he will be soon. The current king is ill and doesn't have much time. As the eldest son, this simple-minded prince will inherit the throne." Luciana explained with a sigh. "Wrath is a prince." Luna was surprised. "Do you have a problem with that?" Wrath was offended. "No, but I don't need blood. I'll go back to the slaver's house and..." Luna thought she couldn't stay in this country anymore. She didn't know how to face Wrath and the others. It would be better to go somewhere no one knew she was a vampire and live quietly. "No," Luciana said firmly. "We can't leave a vampire unattended. You can create more kin by drinking blood. Vampires aren't meant to coexist with humans. But I can't fight you either. At least come with us." Wrath's armor generously offers his blood. Luciana winked at Luna. "Just come." Wrath grabbed Luna's hand. "You have nothing to worry about." Luna couldn't pull her hand away. Section. Luna was introduced to others as Wrath's new personal maid. Not many found it strange. Wrath was known as an eccentric prince, and his peculiar behavior was nothing new. "It's thanks to my good reputation." Wrath laughed. He was alone with Luna in his room, which was about half the size of Khan's mansion, with a high ceiling and luxurious furnishings. "Isn't it because of your bad reputation?" Luna found it odd she was allowed into the palace so easily. "The outcome is good, so my actions were good. Simple as that," Wrath said, biting into a fruit on the table. It was a pale green fruit, making a pleasant sound when bitten, revealing white flesh. Eat if you can. Why? Luna wasn't hungry. If you eat a lot, it'll turn into blood. If you eat, you might not need blood. From now on, I'll eat a lot to give you my blood. Wrath continued eating fruit after fruit. Tell me if you want something specific. I'll have it prepared. Luna had no appetite. Nothing in particular. I see. Wrath didn't seem to mind. In the next room, Killian and Luciana were watching them through a special mirror, holding their breath. Wrath knew they were monitoring, but the siblings were prepared to kill Luna if necessary. Section. Luna was given a long chair instead of a bed. Wrath offered his bed, suggesting he'd sleep on the chair, but Luna refused. The chair was much better than the bed she used at Khan's mansion, and she had no trouble sleeping. But Luna felt thirsty. She hadn't felt hungry while awake, but after waking up late at night, she felt a terrible thirst. She bit into the remaining fruit, but it didn't quench her thirst. Her eyes went to Wrath's defenseless neck. It looked incredibly alluring. Luna slowly moved towards Wrath's bed. In the next room, Killian drew his sword, ready to intervene. Luciana gripped her staff. Thirsty for blood? Wrath said, sitting up. Luna stepped back in surprise. No, Luna was dazed, but she remembered clearly what she was about to do, and fear gripped her. I promised. Avoid the neck, it's too noticeable. You can bite my arm. Wrath offered his left arm, which was not his dominant hand. Chapter 15. Luna averted her gaze from Wrath's outstretched arm and closed her eyes. But the maddening thirst consumed nearly all her thoughts, making it impossible to resist. Don't hold back. Wrath's voice was gentle. Luna opened her eyes, hesitantly took Wrath's left arm in her hands, and bit down. For a moment, Wrath's arm stiffened, then relaxed. He didn't make a sound. As Luna felt the blood flow into her throat, her thirst finally subsided, and her consciousness returned. She hastily pulled her mouth away, leaving clear bite marks and blood. Don't worry, I have plenty of blood, Wrath said. But Luna covered her face with her hands. Why? Why is this happening? Luna finally understood that she had become a monster. Section. No matter how much Luna agonized, she couldn't resist the thirst for blood when it came. She tried to endure it many times, but always succumbed to the unbearable hunger. In the end, Luna drank Wrath's blood once every day. Killian offered his blood to Luna as well, but I don't want Luna to drink anyone else's blood. Wrath refused, saying that. Wrath's left arm became covered in Luna's bite marks, which he hid with bandages. When the other retainers asked about the bandages, Wrath would say, "It's to seal the wild power residing in my left arm." And most would just nod, thinking it was typical of him. When Luna heard this, she asked Luciana, "What do people think of Wrath?" Lord Wrath has always loved myths and legends. He played at being a legendary hero since he was a child. Though that childhood lasted quite a long time. It might still be going on, but because of that, he trained diligently in swordsmanship and studied hard, so people didn't really mind. Killian and I, as his attendants, have been with him through it all. He even created the non-existent Eighth Knights, made us members, and started protecting the town on his own. Luciana smiled wryly. In the kingdom of Rama, there were only 7 knightly orders. What? Wrath is really childish. Luna laughed. It was her first smile since coming to the palace. But you know, Lord Wrath was always serious about it. He gathered information and helped people in need. He exposed corrupt officials and dealt with dangerous creatures. Despite what others might say, Lord Wrath is truly remarkable. Everyone knows it, starting with His Majesty. That's why he's so trusted. I see. Luna felt a strange mix of emotions learning about this side of Wrath. Was the incident with Khan part of that too? The rumors about Khan's mansion were quite famous in the town as a haunted house. Legally, it had a clear owner, so there was no real problem, but for some strange reason, no one could approach it for a long time. The barrier was too strong. A young man in town got interested and, unfortunately, had some resistance to magic. He sneaked into Khan's garden. He got past that barrier. Luna was surprised. The barrier around Khan's mansion was known to keep people away. A series of coincidences led to it. The young man didn't intend to enter the mansion, but, hearing this, Luna remembered what she had buried in the garden. A ghoul rose from the ground and grabbed his leg. He was terrified and managed to escape because the ghoul was half buried. The young man spread the word that undead creatures were living in that mansion. Since it was already famous as a haunted house, it could have just been another rumor, but if it was true, the kingdom couldn't ignore it. That's why Lord Wrath started investigating. I don't want you to misunderstand, but Khan would have been dealt with much earlier for being suspected of necromancy. Lord Wrath took the lead and began gathering information cautiously. Whether that was good for you, Luna, I don't know. The ghoul was something I buried. Because of me, my master. Luna's face twisted in anguish. Luna, once someone dabbles in necromancy, they're in the wrong. Khan did it for selfish reasons, seeking eternal life. So let's leave it at that. You have nothing to feel guilty about. I understand why you'd want to bury a smelly ghoul. Luciana gently patted Luna's head. Still, Luna was shocked to realize she had indirectly caused her master's downfall. Section. Sometime later, the king of the Rama kingdom passed away. Though it had been anticipated, there was no major chaos, but the succession kept Wrath extremely busy. His official name was Ramnath. Wrath was a nickname used only by those close to him. As the new King Ramnath, he now held the fate of the kingdom in his hands. Ramnath was already popular with both his retainers and the populace, so there were no significant issues. Except for one concern, he was unmarried. I have already chosen my queen. When asked about marriage at his coronation, Ramnath answered clearly, but did not name the person, leading to much speculation among his retainers. Luna, will you become my queen? Shortly after his coronation, Wrath proposed to Luna. What? Luna was speechless. Even if Wrath was serious, it was unthinkable for her, an immortal king, to become his wife. Moreover, as queen, the highest-ranking woman in the country. Even without her immortality, the difference in their statuses made it impossible. No one would accept it, and it could destabilize the kingdom. Why? She asked. Because I love you. Wrath smiled, but he wasn't joking. It's impossible. You don't hate the idea. Wrath caught the nuance in her words. You know it's impossible, right? Luna spoke firmly. I am the king. Nothing is impossible for me. A king makes the impossible possible. A king like that would just be a nuisance. Why? I believe you are fit to be queen. Are you saying you would be a burden to others? Wrath looked at Luna intently. I didn't mean that. The conversation ended there. Wrath didn't want to push Luna too hard. But Luna later sought advice from Luciana. I have a favor to ask. Section. A few days later, one night, Luna was drinking Wrath's blood. Usually, it would end quickly, but this time it took longer. Even the brave Wrath felt dizzy from the blood loss. Luna, isn't this too long? Wrath's consciousness began to fade, but Luna continued to drink. Finally, Wrath collapsed weakly onto the bed. Sorry, Wrath. This is the last time. After telling the unconscious Wrath, Luna leaped out of the room's window into the night. As an immortal, Luna's physical abilities far surpassed those of humans, and she jumped high into the sky, blending with the moon. Luciana and Killian, who had been waiting in the next room, silently watched her leave. They were opposed to Luna becoming queen. Keeping her immortality a secret was dangerous. If discovered, it could be disastrous for the kingdom. Furthermore, making an unknown girl the queen would invite endless scrutiny. Thus, they let Luna escape. Chapter 16. Site 5. I was born as the eldest son of the royal family. It meant I was destined to become the king from birth. However, our kingdom was not very large, and being a prince didn't allow for a luxurious life. So, I'll make this country great. I decided I wouldn't just be any king. I would become a hero like those in myths and legends. I wanted to etch my name into history and be remembered for generations. That was my dream. Myths and legends are just made-up stories. You can't become something like that. Luciana, my attendant, was always practical and would tease me like that. I thought she lacked vision. If I was to be king, I needed to aim higher, otherwise, what was the point of my life? Most people, like Luciana, didn't take my words seriously, but I'm sure Lord Wrath can do it. Killian, my other attendant, always praised me. He worshipped me blindly, and his words echoed emptily in my chest. Of course, words alone were meaningless. I devoted myself to swordsmanship and learning. I had to excel in everything if I was to become a legend. Section. As I grew, becoming the kingdom's best in both swordsmanship and academics, I formed the 8th Knight's Order. Given my status as a prince, I had no real authority, so we began our activities independently. With Luciana and Killian as members, we tackled injustices and the common people's troubles throughout the kingdom, even dealing with monsters at times. I wasn't oblivious to my surroundings. I started small, building a track record to earn recognition from those around me. However, reality hit hard. Despite the increasing admiration, fundamental issues remained unresolved. It wasn't just our kingdom's problem, it was a global issue. Solving one problem at a time wouldn't change the world. I felt powerless. The world wasn't a place of pure ideals. As the heir to the throne, I had to acknowledge that. That's when I met Luna. She was a girl my age, whom I encountered due to an incident. She led a strange life and aimed to become a sorceress. One day, while having tea at a town cafe, Luna said, "I wish the world could be united." That seemed impossible. How could one unify the world? Militarily or politically, it was an unrealistic notion. Even if one forcefully unified the world, it would be at a great cost to the people. War was the worst option. Sacrifices? Sacrifices happen every day. If even one country allows human trafficking, children are kidnapped daily because it's profitable there. The sold children face terrible fates. I could have been one of them. Isn't that a sacrifice? It's not just about human trafficking. With many countries doing their own thing, the world only gets worse. Only the countries playing dirty benefit. People will stop aiming for ideals if that's the case. If you want to do the right thing, everyone must do it together. Otherwise, it's meaningless. That's why I want the world to be united. There might be many sacrifices, but the daily sacrifices we see now would decrease. The ongoing sacrifices would lessen. And, if the world were united, tea and sweets would be cheaper, right? Everyone would be happier. Luna said this with a smile. Hearing this, I felt like I finally understood what needed to be done. I had aimed to be a hero, but my vision had become narrow. It wasn't about fixing small things, it was about correcting the big picture. Not just fixing Rama Kingdom but the whole world. That's what a true hero should do. You're right, Luna. I was wrong. I need to have bigger ambitions. I grasped Luna's hand and spoke passionately. However, Luna's eyes remained cold. What are you talking about, Wrath? Before saying such things, get your act together. Get my act together? But I'm already great. It seemed Luna thought I wasn't handling things properly. Great. In what way? Do you work? Do you earn your own money? Who decided you're great? Of course, I had never earned money. I never considered it because my greatness was determined at birth. But Luna was different. From a young age, she was a commodity for traffickers. Yet, she lived without looking down. She never spoke negatively. She managed her large house, did housework, gathered herbs, made medicines, shopped, studied magic, and did it all perfectly without a moment to rest. She was the hardest worker I knew. Comparing us, Luna was the greater one. I see. I'm certainly not great. I laughed. It was the first time I considered myself not great. But watch. I'll become the greatest in the world. Unifying the world and bringing peace was something only a hero could do. Only I could do it. Luna looked at me with doubt. Wrath, you really do have the biggest mouth in the world. Of course. Nothing starts without saying it. Declaring it makes it necessary to do. If you stay silent, no one understands. Silence is because of fear of failure, and if you try to do it quietly, it is because you are afraid of shame. I fear neither. That's why I start with words. You really are all talk. Despite her words, Luna laughed. You don't believe? No, I do. Saying you don't believe creates nothing. Wrath is trying to do something. I don't know if it's possible or not. But if my belief can help, I'll believe. Magic works that way, right? Belief makes magic happen, brings miracles. I'm just an apprentice now, but I'll become a great sorceress. If I believe, Wrath's dreams will surely come true. I always spoke grandly, believing my words had power. But I had never felt the power in others' words. Those around me only spoke of what can be done, not what they want to do, and were dismissive of what seemed impossible. Such words had no power. But Luna's words had power. I felt it. It wasn't about social status. She truly was great. I wanted her to stay with me. I wanted her by my side. Whether she was a vampire or the immortal king didn't matter. I'd give her all the blood she wanted. But I wouldn't let her drink anyone else's blood. I wanted Luna to have only my blood flowing within her. Sorry, Wrath. This is the last time. I faintly heard Luna's voice. Chapter 17. Luna sprinted. Her speed was far beyond that of a horse, and she could easily leap over buildings. As the immortal king, she had never unleashed her full power, and her physical abilities surprised even herself. Her destination was Khan's mansion. The barrier was still intact, keeping people away. The forbidden research materials in Khan's room had already been confiscated. But Luna didn't need them. She had confirmed the research's contents with Luciana. Instead, magical materials and catalysts were in Khan's room, placed there not by Khan but by Luciana at Luna's request. Luna gathered these items and descended the stairs behind the remnants of the bookshelf. She hadn't known about these stairs until just before the ritual when Khan was alive. The basement remained unchanged since the battle with Wrath and the others. Khan's ashes were still there. Necromancer's core is communicating with the dead to see the future and the past. In other words, conversing with the dead. Luna had mastered this magic, and as the immortal king, she now had the power to summon any spirit. Naturally, the spirit she was about to summon was Khan's. Luna placed the items she brought around Khan's ashes. Then, she solemnly began to chant the spell. Khan had surely gained various knowledge in preparation for becoming the immortal king. Luna hoped that within that knowledge was a way to save herself. As she finished the long chant woven in ancient words, the ritual reached completion. With an enormous amount of magical power supporting the spell, it was far easier than Luna had imagined. Smoke rose from Khan's ashes, slowly forming a vague human shape. Luna. The figure spoke to Luna in a cracked voice. Master. Luna gazed at the smoky figure with indescribable feelings. However, no matter how much magical power Luna had, a spirit could not remain indefinitely. The remnants of the spirit forcibly gathered by magic could disappear at any moment. Master, is there a way for the immortal king to avoid drinking blood? The bloodlust. About an hour a day. If you endure it. The hunger won't return until the next day. Is there a way to endure it? Go where no one is. That will suffice. Luna felt dizzy. Khan's spirit spoke simply, but he couldn't possibly understand how excruciating that hunger was. Is there a way to overcome the thirst for blood itself? I don't know. Luna's shoulders slumped at Khan's words. She had suspected there was no way, but hearing it explicitly denied still disheartened her. Logan might. No. The name Logan rang a bell. Khan had mentioned him several times as his own master. Where is Logan? In the city of Asra. At the ruins of Banukt. He has made his home with a barrier that keeps others away. Luna knew about Banukt, the city built by the Asra people. It was unavoidable in the history of magic. Although it was far from the kingdom of Rama, Luna had no choice but to go. The smoky figure was beginning to collapse. The remnants of the spirit were about to dissipate. Master. Luna. I'm sorry. The smoke vanished. Luna felt something wet on her cheek. When Luna climbed the stairs and emerged in Khan's room, Luciana was there. Is Wrath okay? Luna asked. No problem. He'll be out of action for a while due to anemia, but his life isn't in danger. Luciana answered with a faint smile. After confirming Wrath's safety, she had come here. She had left Wrath in Killian's care. I'm going to Benukt. My master's master, Logan, might know the answer. Logan, the legendary Grand Magician? So, Khan studied under him. He might indeed know. But Benukt is quite far. What will you do about the bloodlust in the meantime? Master said to go where no one is. He said it would subside in about an hour. Luna replied brightly as if it were nothing. But Luciana, who had observed Luna's struggle with bloodlust, knew how severe it was. Would you like to drink my blood? If it makes things easier. No, I promised Wrath not to drink anyone else's blood. He'd get jealous. Luna said with a smile. Luciana thought it was a boast and felt a pang of sadness. I've prepared your things over there. Luciana pointed to some supplies. They included water and food, a considerable load. Luna had promised Luciana she would never return to the kingdom of Rama. These were small preparations for that departure. Thank you, Luciana. I'm sorry, Luna. Luciana gently hugged Luna. To Luciana, Luna was a dear friend. But for Luciana, Wrath was paramount, and she was prepared to sacrifice everything for his path to kingship. Luna understood this. She hugged Luciana back gently, saying her farewell. Well, I'm off. Luna easily lifted the heavy load. As the immortal king, her strength was beyond human capability. Then, Luna left Khan's room. Luciana watched her go with a lonely look. Section. Leaving Khan's mansion, Luna immediately set out for Benukt. The load on her back was no burden and didn't slow her speed. Even so, Luna was anxious. Benukt was months away by carriage. No matter how fast Luna was, it wasn't a day's journey. This meant she would have to endure the bloodlust several times. I drank a lot of Wrath's blood, so I'll be fine, Luna reassured herself. She avoided people as much as possible, heading west toward Benukt. Still, she was anxious, so she decided to sleep as far from human habitation as possible at night when the bloodlust might strike. If she saw the lights of towns or villages, she feared she might be unable to resist the urge and head straight for them. Naturally, she limited her sleeping places to mountains and forests. These were dark and lonely places where she felt on the verge of madness. As she hid alone in the darkness, she regretted leaving the palace. However, the dreaded bloodlust didn't come on the first and second nights. It was likely because she had consumed a large amount of blood before leaving. In the morning, Luna forgot her nighttime worries and set off running toward Benukt. But on the third night, it struck. She felt the bloodlust in the forest. An unbearable hunger. Her entire body felt parched, craving blood. Drinking water and eating food did nothing to quell it. Naturally, there was no one around, and even biting her own arm provided no relief. In frustration, she punched a tree. The trunk cracked, and the towering tree slowly fell. Luna's fist was unscathed. Sensing something, the forest animals fled her presence. I must go on, Luna thought. Not to reach Benukt, but to find people. She sprinted through the forest, faster than during the day. Though she wasn't weakened by sunlight as an upper-class vampire, her power was stronger at night. She broke out of the forest, found a road, and ran along it. Finally, she saw the faint lights of a distant town and bared her teeth. Her canines were more developed, forming fangs. She unknowingly wore a ferocious smile. And then, just as she was about to reach the town, the urge subsided. An hour had passed. Luna collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 18. At dawn, Luna saw a human figure far ahead on the road where she stood. It filled her with fear. She no longer thirsted for blood, but if a person came near, she might attack them on impulse. Luna quickly left the road and started running west again. While running, Luna was searching for something. Vampires crave human blood because it contains concentrated magical power. According to myths, humans, said to be created in the likeness of gods, have blood imbued with more magical power than any other animal. As a direct source of magical power, human blood is considered the best in both quality and quantity. In fact, human blood is often sought in magical rituals, and its effects far surpass those of other animals. In powerful magical rituals, a human sacrifice may even be required, though such rituals are taboo and often linked to necromancy. However, there are other creatures with magical power besides humans. Luna believed there might be creatures with even more magical power than humans. Those creatures were monsters. As their name suggests, monsters are creatures imbued with magical power. The difference between animals and monsters lies in this single point. Even humans who can use magic are called wizards and distinguished from ordinary people. Being able to use magical power is that special. Luna speculated that monster blood might substitute for human blood. Monsters are generally enemies of humans, so she felt no guilt in attacking them. Thus, Luna headed west, searching for monsters. Section. They're nowhere to be found. Luna deliberately chose routes through forests and mountains where monsters were likely to live, but she couldn't find any trace of them. It's strange. There should be monsters in places with ley lines. Ley lines are places where natural magical power gathers, often found near large mountains or rivers. Such places attract monsters due to the concentration of magical power. The forest near the royal capital, where Luna had gathered herbs, was a small ley line and thus home to monsters. Yet, even after passing through forests and rivers where ley lines should be, she couldn't sense any monsters. While puzzled, Luna finally spotted a monster. It was a gigantic turtle monster, likely the size of Khan's mansion. The brown turtle, with a rock-hard shell, was moving with great effort, shaking the ground as it went, in the opposite direction from Luna. Looking closely, Luna saw other monsters heading in the same direction, like a mass migration of monsters. Is this a coincidence? Luna felt a sense of foreboding. Her current speed far surpassed that of ordinary monsters. She decided to get ahead of the migrating monsters and wait for them. She leapt through the trees, quickly overtaking and circling around the monsters. Suddenly, the monsters changed direction, moving away from Luna even more desperately than before. I see. The monsters sensed my magical power as an immortal king and fled. No wonder I couldn't find any. The realization that even monsters fled from her made Luna feel despondent. Well, it doesn't matter. I've found monsters, and that giant turtle can't escape. Luna sprinted and easily approached the turtle monster. The turtle continued walking at full speed, not even glancing at Luna. She almost felt pity for it. I'm sorry, but I have no grudge against you. Luna leapt onto the turtle's shell, causing it to thrash wildly. It was natural for the turtle to go berserk with a dangerous creature on its back. On the turtle's shell, Luna began chanting a spell. It was a wind spell she wasn't very skilled at, one that sent out a vacuum blade to cut through objects. Before becoming an immortal king, Luna could barely cut down a tree branch with this spell. But now, Luna possessed extraordinary magical power. The completed wind spell formed a large crescent blade, which she directed at the turtle's neck. The wind blade exceeded Luna's expectations, decapitating the turtle, and dark red blood spurted like a fountain from the neck. Feeling repulsed, Luna scooped the blood with her hand and tasted it. Fishy, disgusting, it makes me want to vomit. Instead of quenching her thirst for blood, she felt nauseous. Is it because it's the blood of a turtle monster? Luna immediately pursued the other monsters. She felt overwhelmed with the thought of what she was doing. But there was no turning back now. Honestly, Luna no longer had confidence in resisting her thirst for blood. Her attempt to attack a town had traumatized her deeply. She knew these monsters were innocent. But attacking them was far better than attacking humans. Luna attacked the monsters, tasted their blood, and confirmed they weren't suitable for her. Then she attacked the next monster. She killed indiscriminately, be it bird-like monsters, boar-like monsters, or lizard-like monsters. Yet, no monster's blood suited her. Even when she forced herself to swallow it, she ended up vomiting it out. The area was strewn with the corpses of monsters. The word vampire flashed through Luna's mind. A demon that slaughtered for undrinkable blood. It undoubtedly referred to her. There was no sign of any living creature near her anymore. She wished she could die, but she couldn't think of a way to harm her body, which had withstood all the monster's attacks. If anyone saw her now, they would undoubtedly call her a monster and fear her. The faces of the various humans she had met floated in her mind, but she felt that even the worst of them was probably better than her. Amidst the pile of corpses she had created, Luna wept bitterly. Chapter 19. Luna, driven by the fear that she might attack people, ventured through uncharted paths. No matter how rough the terrain, leaping from tree branch to branch had become second nature to her, so it wasn't much of a struggle. However, after several days of resisting her thirst for blood, she began to feel unwell. She guessed it was because she hadn't consumed any blood. Though she had been drinking water and eating food, she couldn't shake off a sense of fatigue. Additionally, she constantly felt a faint craving for blood. I might not last much longer. Luna feared that either her body or mind might give out. In the depths of the forest, high in the mountains, in a world devoid of human lights, Luna agonized. Maybe it would be better to just drink blood. Such thoughts crossed her mind. It would make things so much easier. What harm could come from drinking blood? It wasn't like she was trying to create more of her kind. She would only take a little blood. Even Wrath was fine with it. There wouldn't be any problems. But it wasn't like there would be someone as kind as Wrath, willing to offer their arm. Anyone she attacked for blood would surely have a look of terror on their face. Moreover, if she attacked someone, she feared she would lose control. She felt she might never be able to return to being human. But I'm a product that was sold. I wasn't human from the start. It shouldn't matter if she became a vampire now. It wasn't like she wanted to become one. It wasn't her fault. The fault lay with the master who turned her into a vampire. As the thirst for blood assaulted her, she felt herself gradually losing her humanity. She just wanted to be at peace. Meeting Logan might yield no answers. Reaching Benuked after such suffering might be in vain. Why did she have to suffer alone? It would be easier if she had companions. If she created many followers and established a vampire kingdom, she wouldn't have to worry alone. That's it. She would attack a town or village and increase her followers. With her current power, she wouldn't lose to humans. She might as well turn every human into a vampire. Crouching alone in the mountains, hugging her knees, seemed foolish. It wasn't fair that she alone had to suffer like this. She had no parents. No one would mourn if she became a vampire. No one would be angry. Luna started walking. Without running, she walked slowly westward, suffering from her thirst for blood. For some reason, she thought of Molly. Molly, who had sternly educated Luna and the others. But the day before Luna was sold, Molly had said, "Do your best. You may be a child who is being sold, but I raised you properly. You are not a pitiable child. Live your life as a human." Molly's eyes, as she spoke while holding Luna's hands, were unusually gentle. "But if it becomes too hard, you can always come back." Hearing that, Luna had found it strange. I was sold for a high price, so I should be happy, she thought. I'll never come back here. But now, Molly's words echoed repeatedly in her mind. If she became a vampire, Molly would surely be sad. She would get angry and hit her on the head with a fist. Those fist blows hurt, Luna remembered, and a faint smile crossed her lips. Molly was strict but liked her. Khan, though awkward, needed her. Wrath said he loved her. To stop being human would mean betraying the kindness of the people around her and rendering all her efforts so far meaningless. That would be a bit of a waste. She never got used to the recurring thirst for blood, the writhing hunger, and the overwhelming desire to attack people. But Luna kept holding on at the last moment. Section. Eventually, a thoroughly exhausted Luna finally arrived at Benuked. It was an enormous ruin, larger than any city she had ever seen, with decaying buildings that dwarfed any structures she knew. Around Benuked, there was no vegetation for a wide area, making it an extremely harsh and desolate place. She understood why the slaves who destroyed the Asra people abandoned this city. Khan had mentioned that there was a barrier to keep people away when searching for Logan, but Luna had no idea what kind it was. There are many types of barriers. For example, Khan's mansion repelled people by inducing fear and aversion. Other barriers might make a place seem invisible or disrupt one's sense of direction so that they can't reach it. Moreover, the opponent was a great sorcerer. It wouldn't be easy to find him. This is troublesome. Luna, completely worn out, didn't want to think anymore. So, she considered summoning the undead to search for her. Even though the place was deserted, it had once been a city, so there must be bones buried around. Now that she was the ruler of the undead, her affinity with necromancy had greatly improved, and she thought she could command dozens of ghouls and skeletons. Let's go with that. Luna raised her hand and began chanting a spell to summon the dead lying in the ground. But, wait, don't use necromancy here. A sudden voice called out. Looking over, she saw an old man, who hadn't been there a moment ago, sitting on a rock a little ahead. He was holding a staff in his right hand. With strands of blonde mixed in his white hair, shriveled pale skin, and red eyes, he had an eerie appearance. Ha! A ghost of the Asra tribe? Luna was startled. She had never seen another member of the Asra tribe and thought he might be a spirit. No, you fool. Don't call me a ghost. I'm a great sorcerer. The old man's eyes narrowed in anger as he hobbled over to Luna. Ha! A great sorcerer? Mr. Logan? This was completely different from the Logan Luna had imagined. As the mentor of Khan, she thought he would be a boring human who only cared about magic. The old man in front of her, who called himself a great sorcerer, seemed to be quite the character. Yes, that Logan. You were about to use necromancy just now, weren't you? Stop it. Don't raise the dead for no reason. From the looks of it, you're also from the Asra tribe, right? Don't you have any respect for your ancestors? Not particularly. Ah, young people these days. What did your parents teach you? Logan pointed his staff at Luna. Ha! I don't have any parents. When I was little, I was sold into slavery. I see, that's unfortunate. Logan lowered his staff and turned around to hide his embarrassment. Ahem, so what brings you here? Logan asked, still facing away from her. I've become an immortal king and was hoping you could help me find a way to overcome my thirst for blood. An immortal king? Really? Let me see your teeth. Logan turned back to Luna, stepping closer with a curious look. Isn't there any other way to confirm it? Luna thought, but she bared her teeth as instructed. Whoa, you have fangs. Scary. Stay away from me. Logan jumped back in alarm, keeping his distance from Luna. Luna was taken aback. Logan was quite different from Khan in an unexpected way. Excuse me, but is there any way to overcome the bloodthirst? Luna called out to the retreating Logan. Why not just drink blood? Isn't that what you do? Oh, but not my blood. It's poisonous. You'd die. Logan's tone made it hard to tell if he was serious or joking. No, it's just not right as a human. But you're not a human anymore, are you? You're an immortal king. What a horrible thing to say so bluntly, Luna thought. Anyway, I don't want to drink blood. Isn't there another way? So, you haven't been drinking at all? I've bitten one human. I've been drinking his blood, but nothing since then. How long has it been? More than 10 days. Then your body must be starting to deteriorate. Here, take this. Logan pulled a small vial from his pocket and tossed it to Luna. She caught it easily. The vial contained a green liquid. What is this? A potion to restore magic. If you haven't been drinking blood, you must be out of magic. Drink it. Even if it's poison, an immortal king won't die, right? Logan's words were always one too many, Luna thought, but she opened the vial and sniffed it. There was no strange smell, so she drank it. Immediately, her fatigue vanished, and her craving for blood subsided. Amazing. This will cure my thirst for blood. If I drink this every day. Do you think I have that much? That's a precious magic restoring potion. It's more valuable than a human life. If you need to use it daily, biting people would be quicker. This little old man seemed to have a disregard for human life, a trait he shared with Khan. So, what should I do? Luna felt disheartened that the potion, which seemed effective, was so rare. Do you know why vampires crave human blood? Because human blood is a source of magic. This was something Khan's notes had mentioned. Human blood acts as a catalyst for magic, allowing vampires to convert it into immense power. That's half the answer. The reason vampires need so much magic is because their bodies constantly consume magic. So, if you reduce your magic consumption and learn to draw magic from everything around you, you won't need human blood. Logan's explanation made sense, yet it was hard for Luna to grasp. She understood the constant high magic consumption. Her current body always exerted excessive power, both physically and magically. But how to reduce that was beyond her. As for drawing magic from everything, that just sounded nonsensical to Luna. How do I reduce my magic consumption? If you don't know, it means you lack training. You're still a novice. Logan spat on the ground, as if to provoke her. Luna felt a slight anger but continued to ask questions. Then, how do I draw magic from everything? Magic is in everything. Not just humans, but the sun, plants, earth, air, everything. If you can sense it and make it yours, you won't lack magic. I can do it. I'm invincible. Logan puffed out his chest proudly. I've never heard of such a thing. Relying too much on your 5 senses is why you don't understand. Use your mind's eye. What's a mind's eye? No idea. I just made that up. The more they talked, the more Luna felt frustrated. But she had no one else to rely on. Can you take me as your disciple? Despite her doubts, she figured Logan, as Khan's mentor, might be willing to take on another student. Sure. Logan agreed easily, but there's one condition. Chapter 20. What's the condition? Luna had a bad feeling about the old man's peculiar statement. Fight me. Seriously. Even after you become my disciple, we will fight about once a month. Logan responded cheerfully. Fight? With this old man? Luna was bewildered. I've become the immortal king, so I'm probably quite strong. I might accidentally kill you. Luna's current power was formidable. She wasn't sure if she could hold back. Idiot, of course, I'm stronger. Do you know who I am? I'm the legendary archmage. I'm even mentioned in magical books. And you, getting all cocky just because you've become a vampire. The only list your name would appear on is a bounty list. Idiot, idiot. His attitude was infuriating. Luna hadn't become the immortal king by choice. She had sacrificed a lot and endured many hardships to get to where she was. Luna's body trembled with anger. I can fight you right now if you want. Luna wanted to slap him. Fine by me. Come at me. Logan beckoned provocatively with his finger. Seeing that, Luna charged at Logan, closing the distance in one leap and punched him hard on the head. The small old man bounced on the ground twice from the force of the blow and then lay completely still. What? No way. He acted so high and mighty, but he's dead. Luna was dumbfounded that Logan had been taken out so easily. You don't respect your elders, do you? Are you the type to bully your father-in-law when you get married? A voice came from behind her. She turned to see Logan pointing his staff at her. Too bad, that was just an illusion. Did you get excited? With those words, a powerful force struck Luna, sending her flying in an arc. She crashed into the ground, feeling an excruciating pain she had never experienced before. But as the immortal king, Luna was resilient. She grimaced in pain but managed to stand up quickly. Oh, as expected of the immortal king. That's how it should be. Logan was delighted. Why do we have to fight? Did you fight with Master Khan? Holding her aching body, Luna asked. Khan wasn't the type to enjoy fighting. It was hard to believe he became a disciple this way. Khan? That serious guy probably gave me something to become my disciple. Gold or something, I don't remember. Do you know Khan? Khan is my master. If that's how he did it, why do I have to fight? Luna didn't like fighting either. If she could become a disciple without it, she would prefer that. No way. I've finally got a worthy opponent to fight with, so of course, I want to fight. Logan stuck out his tongue, rejecting Luna's argument. At full strength. What do you mean? You're slow. The immortal king is immortal. No matter how much magic I hit you with, you won't die. There's no better toy than that. That's why I want to fight you." In other words, he wanted to test his magic. It was an unreasonable demand from the old man. "Fine. Make me your disciple then," Luna declared. "I'll definitely beat you someday." Section. Logan's training was surprisingly straightforward. He focused on the basics, meticulously teaching each step of the magic process. Luna was constantly reminded to adjust her magic power. She was made aware of the need to output the proper amount of magic power, rather than always using it at full force. He would say, "You don't need a bath full of water for a glass of water, do you?" Logan would say, teaching her to use as little magic as possible. Luna, who had thought powerful magic was always better, had to change her mindset. As the immortal king, her magic power was so vast that controlling it was extremely difficult. She still struggled with her thirst for blood at night. She even attacked Logan out of desperation, only to be easily repelled. "No matter how attractive I am, you shouldn't resort to force, okay?" Every time she attacked, he would say this, making her feel humiliated. It wasn't entirely wrong, but it was very annoying. However, he gave her healing potions every 3 days, preventing extreme physical exhaustion. The training lasted for years, and Luna gradually gained control over her magic. She began to sense the flow of magic within her body and eventually, the flow outside her body. Finally, she understood what Logan meant when he said, "Magic exists in everything." The frequency of using the healing potions decreased, eventually to just once a month. But it took Luna 20 years to reach this level. Section. Luna stood in front of a crumbling wall of the ruins, her hand outstretched. She imagined crushing the wall with her hand in her mind. This was one of the methods Logan taught to control magic. According to Logan, spells were not strictly necessary. They were just an input method to manifest magic. Though Luna found it hard to believe the complex spells were just a simple means to an end, she trusted Logan's expertise in magic. So now, she was training to manipulate magic directly to affect objects. It was a difficult task. If just thinking about it could destroy things, no one would struggle with it. Imagine, imagine, imagine. She visualized the wall crumbling in her mind over and over. Since just visualizing it wasn't enough to control the magic well, she added the motion of squeezing the wall with her hand. Without a concrete image, magic would easily dissipate. Luna, who could sense the flow of magic, somewhat understood this concept. 20 years felt long and short at the same time. The tasks Logan assigned were all difficult and took time to accomplish. When she was with Khan, the magical tasks were achievable within hours or a month at most. Small accomplishments were key to improving in magic. But Logan's tasks were different. They were more fundamental, often difficult to interpret correctly. Logan would explain anything if asked, but understanding it was tough. If she didn't have unlimited time, she might have given up on such tasks. Luna now believed that Khan sought immortality partially because of being Logan's disciple. Logan's magical philosophy was so profound that achieving it within a year or two was nearly impossible. It took 5 to 6 years to accomplish one task, but mastering it brought a sense of progress as a mage. It was an indescribable pleasure for a mage, and Luna could understand Khan and Logan's fascination with it. For Luna, it was also a way to suppress her bloodthirst, making it even more crucial. The wall started to crack. Luna clenched her outstretched hand, focusing all her magic on it. The amount of magic she was using was immense, akin to using a forest fire to light a match. Reducing this was her current task. She closed her eyes, trying to sense the flow of magic with something other than sight or her other senses. Logan had jokingly called it the mind's eye. It wasn't a joke. Only those who reached that level could understand it. Luna was only at the threshold. She was forcing her vast magic to manifest. The wall collapsed with a sound. When she opened her eyes, the wall was in pieces, just as she imagined. It was still slow and inefficient. She had a mountain of things to accomplish. This made her forget the passage of time. Having only Logan and herself in the ruins allowed her to focus solely on magic. If there were others, like at Khan's mansion, she would have been more conscious of time. This lack of awareness was both fortunate and a bit lonely for Luna. Chapter 21. Once a month, Luna fought Logan. This was partly because it was a condition of becoming his apprentice, but also because he simply wanted to beat him someday. At first, Luna thought that it would not be so difficult to win. After all, the opponent was an old man. Logan was getting weaker day by day, but Luna was immortal and had superhuman physical abilities, and the amount of his magical power could not be compared to that of a human being. He was optimistic that once his magical skills improved through training, the gap between Luna and Logan would narrow. However, it was not to be. Hoi, hoi. Luna launched a physical attack against Logan, who deployed a barrier to repel the attack. With the force of the assault, Luna was knocked away, smashing through the wall of ruins behind her, and the building that had once been part of an advanced civilization collapsed. Luna was buried alive in the wreckage of the building, but he blew away the debris and quickly escaped, standing before Logan once again. However, as expected of the immortal king, he seemed to have expended a great deal of energy and was breathing heavily. He said, "It's a hassle, but perhaps it's time we had a game outside these ruins. Even though it is in ruins, it was built by me and your ancestors. We can't bear to destroy it." Logan is a rambunctious old man, but he respects his ancestors, the people of Asra. The reason is simple: he respects them for having established the art of magic. Luna, on the other hand, had not heard any of his words. He had not yet given up the fight. Ever since he was buried in the rubble, he had been chanting incantations in a whispering voice. "O flame!" With only the concluding words clearly shouted, Luna's magic saw completion. It became a raging storm of flame that closed in on Logan. Logan sighed in front of the Kalpa fire, which seemed to leave not even a charcoal extinguisher. "I see you're still relying on chanting. You're never going to get any better, are you?" Logan waved his staff to the side, and the storm of flames vanished with ease. According to this great mage, magic with a known input condition can be easily erased. Of course, no one but Logan could do such a thing. However, Luna was aware of this and used magic. The huge storm of flames was a distraction, during which Luna moved in behind him to strike again with a blow. As Luna approached from a blind spot, Logan pointed only his staff in that direction without looking. Yes, good job. What was released from the staff was a mass of condensed magic power. It struck Luna. The girl's body was blown away and flew through the air without a second thought. Luna's dazed consciousness faded. Luna thought in her foggy consciousness. But if she were as strong as this person, she might not have had to kill her master. The last thing that crossed her mind was Khan, for some reason. Section. And the years passed. Luna and Logan stood in the wilderness a short distance from Barnukut. Behind Luna, a large number of undead were lined up. There were dozens of grim reapers, zombified demons, skeletons, and more. These are the undead that Luna has gathered from the surrounding area to defeat Logan, and they are becoming more powerful by the day. Luna snapped her fingers, and the undead scattered and surrounded Logan. It was a tactic to prevent them from being rounded up by magic. Then they attacked all at once. Logan did not panic, but instead tapped the ground with his staff, and the ground cracked at that point, and the earth began to split open. The undead were swallowed by the cracks one after another, but some of them reached Logan as they went on without fear of death. The Grim Reaper swung his scythe, but Logan leapt into the air and floated away. The place where he had been standing earlier collapsed completely, and the remaining undead were annihilated. However, there was someone who was aiming for Logan, who was still floating in the air. It was a skeleton dragon. It was not supposed to fly, but it soared on wings of bone and attacked Logan with its bared fangs. This skeleton dragon, which Luna had spent months searching for, was the trump card in this battle. "Where did you find this thing?" Logan readied his staff and lightly struck the head of the monster that had attacked him. Then the skeleton dragon's bones broke apart, scattered, and fell to the ground. Logan had deactivated Luna's jutsu. The Luna was no longer on the ground. Before he knew it, he had leaped above Logan's head, gained acceleration in the air using his magical power, and delivered a powerful kick. "Yo!" Logan moved nimbly and received the kick with his staff, and Luna's body came to a halt in midair. "Too bad, see you tomorrow." With those words, Luna's body suddenly became heavy and fell with tremendous speed. The ground caved in on itself. Luna had been forced to fall by gravity magic. I win again, Logan said, smiling. Logan smiled smugly. Luna was buried in the ground, looking at the sky and thinking. I lost again. Luna had never beaten Logan. He had devised magic and tactics and fought countless times, but Logan was stronger. Logan generously shared the magic he used with Luna. However, even when he knew his moves, it was not a simple matter because Logan had many ways of fighting and applied them well. The amount of magical power was equal or even greater than Luna's, but the difference in experience was a step too far. And that difference in experience was not going to be filled in any time soon. This was because Logan himself was inventing new magic and fighting techniques one after another in his battles with Luna. Logan was a wizard who really liked to study magic. However, Luna wondered. Logan was an old man from the moment I met him, and he has not changed now as he did then. It had already been 30 years since he had started his apprenticeship. I asked Logan about that. He replied, like magic, life is expendable. If you can eliminate waste, you can live a long life. He replied, if you don't do anything, you will live as long as you want. In short, if you do nothing, you can live as long as you want. Then, if you don't teach me magic and don't fight, won't I live longer? Luna tilted her head. Are you an idiot? What is the point of learning magic if you don't know how to use it? Magic is fun because you use it. Magic is fun because you use it. I became a wizard because I wanted to do flashy magic. Luna thought that was a very Logan-like answer. Chapter 22. Site 6. The flatlands, which should have been empty, were brightly lit. Tens of thousands of soldiers were encamped there. Despite the impending war, their faces were not dark. The soldiers felt it was an honor to be with their undefeated king. Moreover, the king held up an ideal. Unifying the world, a country where everyone is equal, a place where everyone can be happy. When the king first presented this ideal, everyone scoffed. The higher one's rank, the more they seemed to dismiss it as a pipe dream. But the king pressed forward. Ignoring rational objections and emotional backlash alike, he demonstrated his seriousness through policy, military action, and debate. The people were enraptured by this king, while other nations' rulers and nobles were terrified. The king is abnormal, they said. Even now, 30 years later, the king continues to press forward. By now, both the people and the soldiers share the king's dream. Even people from other nations often expressed a desire for the king's rule. The ideal remains distant. However, everyone understands that the king is not just dreaming anymore. Yet, it has been a blood-stained path with many sacrifices. In fact, the king's right-hand man lost an eye while fighting alongside him. Even after losing an eye, he continued to fight and eventually defeated the enemy general, a story that has become legendary. Now over 40, his black hair was streaked with white, but his tall, well-built body still showed he was an active warrior. His remaining black eye held a power that intimidated those who met his gaze. This loyal man was heading to the king's tent. So, here you are, your majesty. He found the king gazing at the sky near the tent. No guards were close by. Of course, the king's personal knights kept a distance, but the king generally didn't like having people too close. Also, unlike most kings or nobles, he hadn't brought any female attendants to the battlefield. This led to rumors that he might be a homosexual, but his loyal man knew better. Bringing a woman along would lower the soldiers' morale, and for other reasons, he chose not to keep women by his side. Don't call me your majesty, Killian. There's no one else around. The king spoke without shifting his gaze from the sky. Then, Lord Wrath. Were you looking at the moon? Killian also looked up. A golden moon shone in the sky. Yes. I have no particular attachment to the moon, but for some reason, it makes me think of her. Luna, the girl whose name means moon. Her image remained vivid in Killian's memory as well. She was as beautiful as the moon. To Killian, she was his lord's beloved, but Luna was also a special woman to him. Don't speak of her in the past tense. My queen is still beautiful, unlike us who have aged. Wrath's mouth twisted into a sardonic smile. Though he maintained a youthful body and appeared robust to those around him, He had started to feel his age after turning 40. Where could she have gone? Neither Wrath nor Killian knew where Luna had gone. Only Luciana knew she had headed to Benukt. We've had our subjects quietly searching through our allied nations, but there's no credible information. She hasn't returned to the slavers she once lived with, either. Wrath had not given up on Luna. He had gathered information from the conquered nations and even traced Mason, but he couldn't find Luna. The fact that there are no rumors of a vampire suggests she's doing well. She's a strong-willed and admirable woman. Indeed. Wrath turned to Killian with a bitter smile. But being too strong-willed can be a problem, because no matter how long you wait, she still hasn't returned to me. Section. Luna sat atop the tallest ruin in Benukt. The place had once been the center of governance for the Asra people, but Luna had no way of knowing that. It's so beautiful. Luna murmured as she looked at the moon. There was no one else around. In fact, only Luna and Logan were in Benukt, but Logan had no appreciation for nature. He was only interested in magic. So, Luna watched the moon alone. Perhaps because her name meant moon, she felt a strange kinship with it. However, the moon mostly reminded her of the time she escaped from Wrath's palace. Back then, the moon was high in the sky when she leapt. She had no certainty that things would go well after leaving the palace, only anxiety, but she felt a bit stronger, as if the moon was watching over her. She had never forgotten Wrath. She often dreamed of having tea with him or picking herbs together. She repeatedly imagined a future where she became queen and they lived happily together. She recalled the sense of security she felt when she bit into Wrath's left arm. Looking at the moon, such thoughts made her eyes fill with tears. Whether she was sad or happy, she couldn't tell. But she tried not to think about Wrath's current situation. He had likely taken a wife by now. Probably more than one. Surely, he had many children. If she hadn't become a vampire, if she had been born into a high-ranking family, if Wrath weren't a prince. So many ifs crossed her mind. I want to see him. Luna murmured again. But if she actually met him, she would have to face a sad reality. So, she contented herself with happy fantasies while gazing at the moon. Chapter 23. After many long years, Luna was finally freed from her thirst for blood. She had learned to minimize her magic usage in everyday life and could now draw magic from nature as naturally as breathing. 40 years had passed since she arrived in Benukt, but her appearance had not changed at all. So, what now? Luna pondered. Her goal had been achieved. However, she now found herself without a new purpose. If she had to name one, it would be defeating Logan. But Logan had stopped fighting her entirely. Although Logan's appearance had also remained unchanged, he spent more and more time meditating as he found fewer things to teach Luna. Nowadays, he spent most of his day in meditation. I don't have much time left. Logan had been saying this frequently. Even the great mage's end was drawing near. Master, don't you want eternal life? Luna asked Logan. Master was the title she used for Logan, as he was the master of her master, Khan. Though she had never tried it, Luna knew that vampires could decide whether to turn those they fed on into their kind. While it would make a regular human a vampire, Logan, being an Asra, could become an immortal king. Logan responded, Do you know how old I am? I'm 120. I'm the oldest human alive. I'm a legendary mage and the holder of the record for the oldest age. It's pretty impressive. But if I were to become undead, that record would be nullified. I'd be seen as cheating. So don't do anything unnecessary. Logan smiled, showing his teeth. Yes, Master, you are indeed impressive. Luna genuinely thought so. Logan was a peculiar man, but he lived by his convictions. Unlike Khan, who saw no value in remaining human, Logan aimed to achieve greatness as a human. It was a life Luna could respect. Luna began to visit Logan's hermitage daily, almost as if it were a routine. Logan's hermitage was a humble thatched hut, nestled quietly among massive structures. It was hidden by a barrier, so Luna couldn't find it when she first arrived. But after much training, she finally managed to perceive it. Decades had passed since she first discovered it, yet it showed no signs of aging. Some sort of magic must have been cast on the entire hut. It was a strangely calming place. Sometimes Luna would talk with Logan, other times, she would simply watch him meditate for a while before leaving. When Logan meditated, he seemed to become one with nature, circulating magic in a way that provided insights to Luna as a mage just by observing him. I grew up in a hut like this. One day, Logan murmured while meditating. It was rare for the great mage to speak about himself. A shabby hut. As a child, I felt ashamed of it. When I left that house, I swore never to return. Later, I lived in a grand mansion, surrounded by disciples and servants. But now, I've built and live in a shabby hut once more. It's funny how things turn out. In the end, people return to their beginnings. Do you have a place like that? Luna thought for a moment before replying. Maybe Mason's mansion? I have fond memories of my master's mansion too, but I remember working hard to clean the long corridors of Mason's mansion with everyone. I don't really know why, but it's a good memory. I sometimes dream about it even now. Having a place you dream of is a good thing. Such memories will comfort you in your eternal loneliness. Logan's expression didn't change, but Luna felt as though he was smiling gently. Luna continued to visit the hermitage every day, but their conversations grew fewer and fewer. Logan likely judged that his role as her teacher was complete. Even so, Luna kept visiting until one day, Logan remained motionless in his meditation. Luna noticed there was no longer any flow of magic within Logan. I never managed to defeat you, Master. With these words, Luna left Logan's hermitage and departed from Banukt. Section. It had been 40 years since Luna last ventured into the outside world. She could have stayed in Banukt, but the thought of being alone was unbearable. Even as an immortal queen, she had not conquered loneliness. Luna wondered how Logan managed to stay alone in that place for so long. She decided to return to the place she considered home, Mason's mansion. If they were still alive, Mason and the others would be around 80 years old. There was a slim chance they were still alive. The human world had changed in many ways during Luna's absence. Using the protective amulet left by Khan to avoid drawing attention, she marveled at the changes in the cities. The world Luna knew was one of small, fragmented countries, but now most of them had been unified into one nation. This new nation was called Rama, and the world was rapidly becoming one under the rule of King Ramnath, known as the Warrior King. The country where Mason's mansion was located had also been conquered by Rama, and human trafficking was banned. Not only that, but the unification of many countries had greatly boosted trade, leading to a significant increase in the variety of goods available in stores. Wrath must have worked hard. Seeing the familiar crest of Rama hanging in the city, Luna felt a deep sense of nostalgia. She then made her way to Mason's mansion. Section. Mason's mansion was, predictably, old but still well maintained. Surprisingly, the mansion grounds were filled with children. Human trafficking was banned, wasn't it? Luna knocked on the mansion door, puzzled. An elderly woman, neatly dressed, answered the door and was stunned to see Luna. Luna, or are you her granddaughter? Luna felt a sense of déjà vu. She stared at the woman, trying to recall her memory. Could it be Dorothy? Dorothy had been Luna's first friend, the girl she always played with at the mansion. What? Is it really you, Luna? Why do you look so young? Well, a lot has happened. Luna's appearance couldn't be explained away easily, but Dorothy smiled. A lot, huh? I guess being bought by a wizard would involve a lot. Dorothy seemed to have made her own assumptions upon seeing Luna in a white wizard's robe. She seemed to overestimate the power of magic, but Luna didn't correct her. Why are you here, Dorothy? You hated this mansion so much. Dorothy had been overjoyed to leave the mansion and had vowed never to return. I had a lot happen to me too. Come in. I'll make you some tea. Invited by Dorothy, Luna entered the mansion. Inside, it was still old but mostly as Luna remembered it, making her feel as if she had stepped back in time. Dorothy led her to a reception room where Mason used to conduct business with nobles. The once luxurious furnishings were now antiques, and Dorothy brought tea to the old table. Dorothy, isn't tea a luxury? Are you sure you want to serve it to me? The tea Luna knew was expensive and not something common people could afford. What are you talking about, Luna? Tea isn't that expensive. Dorothy laughed. It used to be a luxury, didn't it? That's ancient history. Ever since the warrior king expanded the nation eastward, the price of tea has dropped considerably. Where have you been all this time? Dorothy looked puzzled. Well, I've been living in a remote area with few people. I don't know much about recent events. I see. Being a wizard must be tough. Dorothy seemed to have formed her own conclusions again, but this time she was mostly correct. It had indeed been tough. Why did you come back to this mansion, Dorothy? Oh, that. Yes, when I first left this mansion, I never thought I'd return. The people who bought me were much kinder than Molly. I was praised a lot there. They said, Dorothy, you're amazing, you can do anything. I was so happy and worked very hard. My position rose steadily. I was eventually tasked with training the younger ones who came after me, but those kids couldn't do anything. It seemed the people who sold them hadn't taught them properly. They were utterly useless. I found myself getting angry like Molly, hitting them with my fists and teaching them until they could do the job. Dorothy sipped her tea, smiling nostalgically. That's why I was so valuable. Molly had trained me thoroughly. I could read and do simple math, so I was given important tasks and eventually earned a proper status. I even got married. I have grandchildren now. Luna saw a reflection of herself in Dorothy. If she had not inherited the blood of the Asra, she might have had a happy life like Dorothy's. Dorothy, unaware of Luna's thoughts, continued her story. Then I realized why I was happy. It was because Molly had trained me so well. When I started teaching others, I understood how hard it is to teach someone. It's really tough. It's easier to leave them alone if you don't care, but you need love to teach. Molly was terrifying, but she cared deeply. Mason was just doing business, though. Dorothy laughed, and Luna joined her. True. I've been taught by many people, and they all seemed to care, even if they were a bit misguided. They supported me in their own way. Sometimes it was a bit of a hassle, though. Luna thought of her two masters, Khan and Logan. The word love didn't quite fit them, which made her smile a little and feel a touch of sadness. That's right, that's right. People who teach are precious. We didn't have a mother, but Molly took good care of us instead. That's why, now that our children are grown and we have grandchildren, and our hands are a little freer, we've come back. To our home. It's not just me. There are many children who were raised by Molly, gained their freedom after being bought, and have come back. That's why we take turns looking after the children. Dorothy looked at the children passing by in the hallway. But isn't human trafficking prohibited now? Luna asked, voicing her doubts. Of course it is. This place is now an orphanage. But what we're doing hasn't changed. We just don't get paid anymore. Chapter 24. Mason passed away a little while ago, but Molly is still doing well. She's bedridden these days, though. After chatting with Luna for a while, Dorothy led her to the room where Molly was. Luna explained to Dorothy, I became a wizard's apprentice, but the wizard who bought me died, so I continued my training under his master. Dorothy seemed to understand from this explanation. Molly, don't be surprised. It's Luna. She's become a wizard, Dorothy said as she ushered Luna into Molly's room. Molly was sitting up in bed, staring out the window at the children playing outside. She had become quite an old woman, but her posture was upright, reminding Luna of how Molly used to be. Molly didn't turn to look, perhaps not hearing what Dorothy had said. She's aged a lot recently. It'll be fine if you get closer. I need to look after the children, but you should talk to Molly. She's been worried about you for a long time, Dorothy said before closing the door and leaving. Molly, Luna called softly as she sat down on a chair beside the bed. Molly turned her head slightly. Luna, what happened to you? She asked with a kind smile, a smile Luna had never seen while living in this mansion. Recognizing Luna at a glance, Molly didn't seem to find her youthful appearance unusual. A lot has happened, Luna replied with a wry smile, reacting to Molly's comment about her appearance. Are you happy? I'm not sure. Well, it's good that you're alive. After all, you were bought by a wizard, Molly said, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Luna. You were worried about me when I was sold, Molly. I remember. You secretly told me, if it's too hard, come back anytime, and warned me, he's a wizard, so you never know what he might do. Work hard to protect your life. You remember well, Luna. Molly smiled. Of course, I do. You even gave me this, Luna said, pulling out a razor from her pocket. Do you remember what you said when you gave me this? If it comes to it, use this to cut your throat, you said to a young girl like me. I was so scared my hands trembled. Molly stared at the razor. I gave those razors to the children who went to bad clients. I thought it was better for them to kill themselves than be killed by those people. No one ended up using them, thankfully. But I never knew what happened to many of the children after they were sold. How was Khan, the wizard who bought you? Wizards have a particularly bad reputation, thinking of children as nothing more than magical materials, Luna shrugged. Well, you were right. But I did have a chance to use the razor. Khan wasn't interested in what I did at all. No matter how hard I worked, he didn't react much. I thought he bought me for some nefarious purpose. But when I asked, may I shave your beard, he surprisingly trusted me enough to let me. He didn't tense up like Mason. He closed his eyes and relaxed. It made shaving easy. I realized then that he trusted me. I was happy, so I didn't use the razor that way. Khan was awkward but not a bad person, Luna said, putting the razor back in her pocket. I see. Well, it's good that you're alive. Molly laughed. But I was attacked by kidnappers once. Was that Mason's doing? Luna asked, recalling an encounter with kidnappers in the forest while gathering herbs. She thought Mason might have sent them to retrieve her and sell her again for a higher price. Mason valued his reputation, so he wouldn't do such a thing. That was my doing. I wanted to take you back if you were still alive. After I paid the upfront fee, I thought you had run away because there was no contact from them. I'm glad you did your job well. I'm sorry, those people are dead, Luna said, without much guilt. It's fine, they were no good. So, what happened to Khan? Is he still alive? He died about 40 years ago. That's early. What did you do after that? You could have come back here, Molly said. I got into some bad things. Yes, I almost became something evil. You could say I nearly became a demon. It was a tough time. I even thought about becoming a demon because it would have been easier. But I didn't. I found it strange myself. I wondered why I wanted to remain human despite the suffering. Why? Why do I keep trying to be a person when it's so hard for me? If it weren't for you, Molly, I think I would have chosen the easier path. If I had been with any other buyer, I would have become a demon. But I was raised as a human, so I couldn't become a demon. You taught me that humans persevere. So, I couldn't take the easy way out. In a way, my hardship was also your fault, Molly. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but it sounds like you've had a tough time, Molly said, reaching out to gently stroke Luna's head. Luna was surprised but tilted her head towards Molly, letting her do as she pleased. Her gaze fell to her lap, where tears started to fall and soak her knees. It was tough. Really. I tried so hard. Luna's voice trembled. Yes. Molly's voice was gentle. Section. After a quiet moment, Luna spoke again. Molly, why did you become a slave trader? Why didn't you run an orphanage like you do now? It was something Luna had always wondered. You're such a fool, Luna. Who would leave their children at an orphanage for free when they could sell them for money? Warrior King banned human trafficking, which made orphanages possible. Most other traders went out of business, but we were one of the few who turned into an orphanage. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Plus, the orphanage gets support from the country. We owe a lot to Warrior King. Luna realized that Warrior King had created a clean country without human trafficking. I was sold to a slave trader too. I ended up in a brothel. It was a high-class one, so I received an education, but I never had the hope of freedom. It was better to be able to read and write because it was more popular among the nobility. But business was business, so I had no hope of being free. I couldn't have children. Mason bought me from the brothel. Mason was a third son of a noble family, a good-for-nothing playboy, but he was good at making money. For some reason, he took a liking to me. I told Mason I wanted to be a slave trader, to raise children who could fend for themselves. He agreed easily and set up everything, buying this mansion and starting the business. He was a good man, Mason was. I worked hard to teach the children, so they wouldn't have to become prostitutes. The children hated me, though. You knew that? Luna laughed. Of course, I knew. But Mason told me, don't say you love them. You'll get too attached, and it won't be business anymore. He understood me well. If left alone, I wouldn't have let the children go. So he made the decision to sell the child. Well, otherwise, the business wouldn't have been viable. I didn't want to sell you either, especially not to a wizard. But you were worth a lot as an Azura, and the price we paid for you was too high. Mason said, if you don't sell we won't be able to continue and we needed the money. Why did you buy me if I was so expensive? Mason's policy was to buy low and sell high. I bought you because you were cute with your blonde hair and red eyes. I wanted to make you my daughter. I ended up selling you, though. I'm still grateful. Thank you, Molly. I'm glad you bought me. Hearing Luna's words, Molly took a deep breath. I'm glad to hear that. I worried about you all this time. I lived this long just to see you again. I have no regrets now. Molly's magical flow was weak. Luna knew she didn't have much time left. Molly, do you want to live longer? Stay healthy and live forever? What kind of question is that? Molly laughed. No, I don't want that. You shouldn't outlive your children. Life has an order. I die first, then Dorothy and you. If you died before me, it would be more painful than my own death. I don't want such a life. Chapter 25. Luna decided to help out at the orphanage. Dorothy and the others were getting old and there were not enough young helpers. Luna also wanted to be there for Molly in her final days. Luna was popular with the children at the orphanage. She had been taught by many masters and was experienced as a learner, making her a patient and skilled teacher. To Luna, the children were easier to deal with than the undead because they could speak. The children were cute and soft, but they also seemed fragile. Like young plants just beginning to sprout, they had the strength to grow but could be easily plucked. This fragility was something Luna had lost, making it precious to her. While working at the orphanage, Luna continued her magical studies. Since she had told Dorothy and the others she was a wizard, no one found it strange. Luna intended to live as a wizard, having studied under Khan and Logan. She felt a sense of duty to carry on their magic. After a while, Molly passed away. Everyone cried at her funeral. Both those who had been sold off by Dorothy and the current orphans wept for Molly. Luna envied Molly, wishing she could die like that. Time passed. Section. King Ramnath, renowned as the warrior king, fell ill in his old age, causing unrest in the kingdom of Rama. The expanded territory became harder to govern, and as the warrior king's influence waned, signs of rebellion emerged. The issue of succession also plagued the kingdom. The warrior king had no children as he never took a queen. Various rumors explained why he remained unmarried, but he had adopted his sister's child as his heir. However, the adopted heir lacked the legitimacy to unify the kingdom, and as the king weakened, the kingdom's foundation shook. Rebellions broke out and coalesced into a significant uprising. Betrayals occurred within the Rama army, leading to multiple defeats. The decline of the kingdom became apparent. Yet, the rebels engaged in looting and atrocities in the cities they captured, earning little support from the populace. The rebel advance was seen as a terror. Eventually, the rebels approached the city where Luna's orphanage was located. "It's time for me to go," Luna said one late night, preparing to leave the orphanage. "Where are you going?" Dorothy, now the head of the orphanage, asked in surprise. Luna had always said she had nowhere else to go. "Well, there's something I've been neglecting for a long time." "Neglecting? You?" Dorothy couldn't imagine diligent Luna neglecting anything. "Yes. Long ago, I was forced into a job. I refused, but the stubborn one who tried to make me do it kept it for me. Now, because of that, everyone is suffering." "What job is that?" Queen. Queen. Dorothy couldn't comprehend Luna's words. She didn't recognize that Luna said Queen. So, to make up for my neglect, I'll go and work a bit. Goodbye. Leaving a bewildered Dorothy behind, Luna exited the house. Section. Leaving the city, Luna sped through the night. With her mastery of magic, her speed was incomparable to any living being, becoming one with the wind. Covering in 3 hours what would take a day by horse, Luna finally spotted her target. The rebel army's camp. Late at night, with no fear of attack, the camp was silent. Luna snapped her fingers. The ground trembled as ghouls and skeletons emerged from the earth. These were the undead Luna had gathered for her battle with Logan. With her mastery over necromancy, Luna could summon an undead army anywhere. 60 years of study, the blood of the Asra people, and the power of the immortal king had enabled this. Luna had become the pinnacle of necromancers. I don't have a grudge, but, Luna murmured, this country was built by wrath for me. Pointing at the rebel camp, Luna directed the undead. Slowly, the undead advanced on the rebel camp. A watchman noticed something and screamed in alarm. But surrounded by countless undead, the rebels were helplessly swallowed by the horde. It was a nightmare. From that day, the rebel army was repeatedly attacked by the undead. Losing their momentum, the rebels faltered, while the Rama Kingdom's forces regained theirs. The presence of the undead was kept secret by both sides for different reasons. Luna then returned to the capital of Rama. Section. After many years, Luciana visited Khan's mansion. By Wrath's order, the mansion had been maintained, though it was old. Luciana had come because a bracelet in the capital had reacted to her magical detection. As a court wizard, Luciana wore a wizard's robe, carried a staff, and had equipped herself just in case. It's been a long time, Luciana. Luna was waiting for her, sitting in Khan's room, unchanged from 50 years ago. She showed Luciana the bracelet on her left arm, a gift from Wrath 50 years ago. Luciana's once beautiful black hair had turned white, but she retained a graceful beauty. It's been a long time, Luna. How have you been? Luciana referred to Luna's thirst for blood. If Luna hadn't overcome it, she would be a threat to the kingdom. I'm fine. It took about 30 years to get better, but now I'm okay. 30 years. That was long. Luciana closed her eyes, reflecting on the years Luna spent overcoming her bloodlust. Yes, it was long. But life is hard for everyone, no matter how small their struggles might seem to others. Everyone is fighting something. That may be true, but you are literally fighting, aren't you? Against the rebels. Wrath, Luciana, and Killian had suspected the necromancer leading the undead army. Yes. Was it unnecessary? Luna admitted easily. No, we are grateful. The king is very pleased. The queen has returned, he says. Of course, he only told me and Killian. Did you tell him I'm in the capital? No, not yet. The king is bedridden. We can't give him such a shock. Luciana smiled sadly, indicating Wrath's poor condition. I see. I don't know what face to show Wrath. I never thought he wouldn't marry. I didn't either. I thought he'd move on to another woman quickly. Luna and Luciana shared a laugh over Wrath after many years. Wrath built the country as I wished. Now it's my turn to protect it. I'll defeat the rebels because I'm the queen of Wrath's kingdom. Luna wanted to respond to Wrath's feelings, even if it was too late. Thank you, Luna. Though I have no right to say it, I'm grateful. But there's one more thing I need to ask. Luciana checked their surroundings again. What is it? There's no one alive nearby. Luna's undead were lurking around Khan's mansion, watching for intruders. There's a traitor in the capital, feeding information to the rebels. This person likely organized the rebellion. Originally a group with a conservative ideology against the kingdom's reforms, they gathered supporters and expanded their influence. After the king fell ill, their support exploded, becoming the rebels' ideological backbone. As long as they exist, there may be more rebellions. That's a terrible story. Just when things were getting better. Luna frowned. Killian is investigating but hasn't narrowed down the suspects yet. However, knowing there's a necromancer in the capital, they'll act. They need to eliminate you for the rebellion to succeed. Luciana smiled wickedly. A bad necromancer. I see. They'll soon be the talk of the town, like my old master and his cute apprentice. Luna also smiled. Section. Luna began living in Khan's mansion again. She maintained the mansion, did chores, gathered herbs, made potions, shopped in the city, and honed her magic. Luciana spread rumors of a mysterious sorcerer living in Luna's mansion. After some time, Luna was approached in the city. "Miss, could we talk for a moment?" The man was Conrad, a member of the 8th Night Order. Chapter 26. Conrad took Luna and his 2 subordinates to Khan's mansion. As they approached the mansion, he felt an increasing urge to turn back. He knew this was due to the barrier, so he steeled himself and followed Luna. His 2 subordinates wore uncomfortable expressions but managed to keep up. Luna stepped through the mansion gate. "Stick close to me if you don't want a ghoul grabbing your ankles." Conrad and his men followed Luna closely, cautiously entering the premises. When Luna opened the mansion door, 3 skeletons awaited them. Grim Reapers. "They've been waiting for my return." Introducing the ominous skeletons wielding scythes, Conrad turned pale. "Luna, I'm sorry, but can they wait outside? Honestly, I've always been terrified of ghosts." Conrad shivered slightly. "Even a knight can be a bit cowardly." "Well, let's have them guard the gate then." Luna laughed softly and pointed towards the gate, directing the Grim Reapers to move. They slowly shuffled in the indicated direction. Conrad and his men sighed in relief. "Are there any more undead?" "No, not anymore, scaredy-cat night." Luna teased. "Then can you lead me to Khan?" "Yes, follow me to the back room." As Luna led the way into the mansion, Conrad exchanged glances with his subordinates. "Here we are." As Luna opened the door to the back room, Conrad's men seized her. "Ah!" Luna let out a short scream, but Conrad drew his sword and rushed into the room, slashing at a man seated at a desk. The sword cut through the man's shoulder and chest, slicing through the chair. The man bled profusely, clearly fatally wounded. "Let's go. And take care of the girl." Conrad turned to instruct his subordinates but was shocked by what he saw. His 2 subordinates were clutching their throats in agony, lying on the floor. Luna stood between their bodies, smiling mischievously. "Finished with your business, Sir Knight? What's going on? Why are they down?" Conrad was confused and panicked. "They didn't know how to properly treat a lady, so I punished them." "You shouldn't manhandle a lady. You did this." "Yes. Simple magic." Luna raised her right hand and made a gripping gesture, causing Conrad's neck to tighten under an invisible force. "Stop." Unable to speak, Conrad was on the verge of suffocation. Just before he lost consciousness, Luna opened her hand, releasing the choking force. "Who? What are you?" Conrad held the strangled neck, trying to make sure he was safe. "Didn't I introduce myself at the outpost? I'm Khan's disciple." "If you're his disciple, why are you so calm after your master was killed?" "My master died about 50 years ago. His ashes are still in the basement." Conrad turned to look at the person he had just struck. Then, who was this? A phantom. Luna snapped her fingers, making the slashed man disappear, leaving only a chair with a sword embedded in it. Conrad's eyes widened in fear. "You're a necromancer, indeed," Luna admitted without shame. "You deceived me. How rude." "I never deceived you. Did you ever ask me if I was a necromancer?" Conrad realized he had never asked. But who would believe such a young girl could perform advanced magic? There was only one explanation for someone so young to have mastered high-level magic. An immortal monster he had read about while studying necromancy. "Are you a vampire?" "The worst kind of undead, turning humans into their own kind by drinking their blood, the ultimate result of necromancy." "Something like that." "Why side with the kingdom of Rama? You shouldn't care about human conflict." Conrad thought it was absurd for a monster to intervene in human wars. "I do have a reason." "What does this vampire have to do with the Rama nation?" Conrad, who was responsible for intelligence in the Night Order, had never heard of such a connection. "Wait, please. What do you want? I can give you anything. People? You need human blood, right? How many? I can provide as many as you need. Gold, treasures, whatever you desire, I can get it for you. What do you want? The knight is quite a negotiator. Luna was exasperated. All I wanted was a simple, ordinary happiness. But that's lost forever. In Wrath's kingdom, anyone could have it. Why weren't you satisfied with it? What are you saying? Why does a monster like you speak like a commoner? Calling me a monster hurts. Wait, I apologize for what I said. Please forgive me. Conrad fell to his knees, backing away on the floor. Then, how about this? Drink my blood and turn me into a vampire. Give me eternal life. I will become your servant. Is that acceptable? You're not very appealing. Luna lost interest in the man before her. I'm selective about who I drink from. I don't just pick anyone. Though, I've been rejected quite often. As Luna spoke, an old man in knight armor entered the room. A tall, sturdy man with white hair, an eye patch, and numerous scars indicating a veteran warrior. Sorry for being late, Lady Luna. The old man bowed to Luna. Long time no see, Killian. You've become quite an important figure. Luna smiled at the barely recognizable Killian, noting only his remaining eye and voice were familiar. Captain, why are you here? Conrad exclaimed in surprise. Killian looked at him with disappointment. I never thought my direct subordinate would be a traitor. No wonder we couldn't find you. I apologize. You only have one eye, so it's understandable that you miss things. How do you know the captain? Conrad shouted. I told you about Wrath and Killian, remember? Oh, by the way, Wrath's full name is Ramnath. Remember your king's nickname, even if it's useless now. So, the story you told was about 50 years ago. Not something many could share. I enjoyed telling you. Thank you. Luna smiled sweetly. Conrad's eyes were unfocused and filled with terror. Lady Luna, leave the rest to me. Please proceed to the palace. His Majesty is waiting. Killian's remaining eye was filled with sorrow. All right. But you shouldn't bother with this man anymore. Killian silently nodded at Luna's words. Epilogue. Luciana stood before the gates of the palace. The guards found the old court magician standing alone to be quite strange, but they didn't dare to approach her. Eventually, a female magician with red eyes and a white hood appeared from nowhere and spoke to Luciana. Together, they disappeared into the palace. The guards quickly forgot about the woman in the white hood. Is Wrath's condition that bad? Luna asked Luciana. It has been bad for a while. Considering his age, his lasted quite well. Both Luciana and Wrath were around 70. They had lived long lives. This way. Luciana led Luna to the throne room. I'll make sure no one disturbs you. It's Wrath's final order. Luciana's eyes were filled with a mix of sadness, affection, and jealousy as she looked at Luna. Luciana then left, and Luna entered the room. You're late. Wrath was sitting on the throne. His posture was dignified and full of authority. Though his face was a bit gaunt, his blue eyes still held a spark of life. He didn't look like someone at death's door. He smiled like a child proud of becoming a king. But Luna could tell that the magic coursing through his body was weak, so weak that he probably couldn't even stand. Wrath was holding on with sheer willpower. Yes, I made you wait. I forgive you. I am a generous man. Wrath said arrogantly, just as he always had. Why didn't you marry? Luna asked. She knew the answer, but she had to ask. I felt that if I married, I'd never see you again. He was right. If Wrath had married, Luna wouldn't have shown herself. I wasn't worth that much. There was nothing about me that should have bound your life. Luna lowered her eyes. She used to think she was valuable, but what Wrath showed her was beyond that. Don't say that. I sought power for you. I changed the world for you. You were worth that much to me. No other man, not even Khan, found such worth in you. Why bring up my master? Luna laughed, thinking Wrath was as insensitive as ever, insisting he was the best even by bringing up other men. You're a cruel man. And to make me promise that. Wrath had made Luna promise never to drink anyone else's blood. She kept that promise, though she wasn't sure if it was because of the promise or not. You kept the promise? Wrath looked surprised. He knew the agony of her thirst and didn't expect she could keep it. He smiled happily. Yes, it was a promise to my jealous king. I kept it. Good girl. As a reward, you can drink my blood. Just to ask, do you want eternal life? Luna asked, though she knew the answer. If he said yes, it would make her happy and sad. It's a tempting offer. But I am a king, a legendary warrior king. It wouldn't be fitting for such a king to survive as a vampire. His answer was as expected. Luna felt relieved. But at the same time, she felt an overwhelming sadness. That answer sounds like Logan's. All men are the same, whether a great magician or a legendary king, always trying to look cool like children. What are you saying? I reached the same heights as the legendary magician. That's how great I am, Wrath said stubbornly. It made Luna happy. Then I'll just drink your blood. And this time, I'll drink from wherever I like. Vampires usually drank from the neck. When Luna struggled with her thirst, she had the urge to bite necks. But she had only bitten Wrath's left arm before. That's right. I've made you wait long enough. Do as you wish. Wrath allowed Luna her desire. There was no need to worry about where the marks would be anymore. Luna approached the throne and gently brought her face close to Wrath's neck. Section. The next morning, the great warrior King Ramnath was found dead. It was said to be a natural death. But strangely, his neck bore the marks of lips. Last episode, Laura was placed in an orphanage. She didn't know why it happened. She couldn't remember ever having a father. Her mother had been there, but she disappeared at some point. Various adults led her by the hand, some were kind, some seemed annoyed, and before she knew it, she was at the orphanage. A scary place. That was Laura's first impression of the orphanage. A large, symmetrical building with black stone walls, a sturdy iron gate at the entrance, and tall brick walls surrounding it. Once I go in, I might never come out. Laura stood frozen in front of the gate, her body tense. The woman who brought her smiled gently. It's okay, Laura. It's not as scary as it looks. She squeezed Laura's hand softly, warmth radiating from her touch. I was in this orphanage too, a long time ago. Really? Laura looked closely at the woman's kind face. What was it like? Well, the woman thought for a moment before continuing. It was very tough. Tough. We had to learn many things. Cleaning, laundry, shopping, cooking, and studying. So many things. Laura started to worry. She couldn't do anything well. She had never been praised for anything, only scolded for failing. I can't do anything. The woman squeezed her hand a little tighter. Laura wanted to go back, but there was nowhere to return to. It's okay, Laura. They'll teach you gently and patiently. Each thing you learn will give you confidence. You'll start to feel like you're getting better at things. The director here calls it finding your value. Value? Yes, value. Everything has value. Food and clothes in stores have prices, right? That's their value. But the most important value is the one you give yourself. It's the most important thing in life, but it's not easy to find. That's why you have to work hard here. Did you find your value? Laura couldn't quite grasp the idea of finding her value. She imagined it like putting a price tag on herself, like fruits and vegetables. Yes, of course. The woman's words were bright and confident. I believe I'm the most valuable person in the world. No amount of gold could ever match my worth. No matter what anyone says. That's who I am. Laura looked the woman up and down. She looked ordinary. Not particularly beautiful, but bright and confident. I know you're anxious. I was too, back then. But it's okay. Coming here might feel unfortunate, but it's also lucky. The woman's words gave Laura a little push, and she stepped through the iron gate. In the wide yard, children were diligently working, cleaning, tending plants, even repairing the building. They noticed Laura and waved. Laura, surprised, waved back. She had never done that before, and it startled her. The sight of children doing the kind of work that adults do seemed unreal, like something out of a fantasy. As they approached the building's door, a woman appeared. She wore a white robe, her hair like golden thread, her skin like silk, and her red eyes like rubies, radiating strength. She looked young, somewhere between a child and an adult. "You must be Laura," she said with a gentle smile. "I'm Luna, and I'd like to welcome you." Section. Life at the orphanage was as hard as they said. Laura had to do many chores: cleaning, laundry, shopping, cooking. She wasn't thrown into it all at once. First, she watched the older kids, then they taught her patiently, and finally, she did it herself. It didn't go well at first, but they praised her for what she did manage to do. She wasn't scolded much for her mistakes, which made her want to try harder. Despite the tough days, the meals they made together were delicious, and they had plenty of sleep, so she didn't feel too tired. Her mind was always filled with thoughts of how to do her tasks better. Director Luna was a strange person. Though the orphanage seemed to run smoothly, there were inevitable conflicts among the children. It is not just one or two. Luna mediated these conflicts skillfully and joyfully. "I have all the time in the world for you." That was Luna's motto. Luna's office was always open, and the children would go there with their problems. Laura once went there after a fight with a girl her age. "Fights happen because you're interested in each other," Luna said, lighting a green flame on her fingertip. Everyone knew Luna was a magician, but her occasional displays of magic fascinated Laura and the others. If you weren't interested, nothing would happen. You'd just ignore each other. But that's not fun, right? Things happen because it's interesting. I enjoy it when something happens with you all. Luna blew on the green flame, which spread out like a mist, surrounding Laura in countless tiny stars. Wow! Laura didn't understand the magic, but it was so beautiful she couldn't help but be amazed. Fights aren't bad. Don't be afraid. It's about facing each other head-on, saying what you want to say, and then understanding the other person. The kids here are good, but outside, there are all kinds of people. Some are sly, some are bad. You won't get along with everyone. But if you have a strong heart, bad or sly people won't come near you. So you need to become strong here. Luna patted Laura's head. They didn't talk every day, but Luna's words always stayed with Laura. As Laura became better at her tasks, she started studying. She learned reading, writing, and simple math. These were useful for shopping and other daily activities, so they came naturally to her. What she had thought she could not do at first, she began to be able to do more and more, and Laura gained confidence. Some kids were more capable, some less, but it didn't bother her. Luna often said, "People aren't equal. So there's no point in comparing yourself to others, is there? Be proud of yourself for being able to do things you couldn't do before. That's where value is born. After all, what value is there in someone who was rich from the start? It's just that their parents had money, right? That doesn't become the person's own value. Everyone has a different starting line, but what matters is what you've built up from there." Warrior King wasn't great just because he was born a king. He's evaluated based on what he did after becoming king. Luna often spoke of Warrior King, the most famous historical figure, still loved by the people. Talking about him always made Luna happy, nostalgic, and a bit sad. Sometimes, she even called him Wrath. Section. Eventually, Laura was adopted by a childless couple. Luna was always very careful about who took in her children, and took her time to determine the best place for them. The couple who adopted Laura were kind. They were pleased when she helped her mother with the household chores and surprised when she helped her father with his work. They cherished Laura. When she visited the orphanage, Luna was always there, unchanged, welcoming her warmly. Laura got married, had children, and grew old. Her adoptive parents passed away, and her husband died before her. On her deathbed, surrounded by her children and grandchildren, she felt a mix of happiness and a little loneliness. One late night, ready for the end, someone stood by her bed. In the moonlight, Laura saw red eyes. "I've come to say goodbye." Luna delivered the news of death like a reaper, but with the gentleness of an angel. Laura was afraid of dying, but seeing Luna, who looked so much younger than herself, brought her a sense of relief, and her fear began to fade. "Thank you, Luna. I'm glad I could see you at the end." Luna gently took Laura's outstretched hand. "Say, Laura, would you like to live forever?" Having taken her hand, Luna posed a single question. "No. I've lived a life of sufficient value. I'm scared of dying, but it was a life I wouldn't trade for anything. And you came to me. There couldn't be a better ending. It's all thanks to you, Luna. I'm glad." Luna smiled lovingly. "You've lived a full life. It was beautiful and valuable. There's nothing to fear. Be proud." Luna's words eased Laura's heart, and she drifted into eternal sleep. Another last episode. Khan was waiting for Luna's return. Recently, it had become a habit for him to peer intently out the window at the street when it was time for Luna to come back from town. And when he confirmed Luna's figure, he would quietly close the curtain and return to his magic research. The rational part of him knew that Luna would always come back. She fully understood that she had been sold. In fact, she seemed even more conscious of the price she was bought for than Khan himself. Yet, there was anxiety. Perhaps Luna had fallen in love with a young man in the royal capital. Love was an unknown territory for Khan, something he couldn't comprehend. So, if Luna was indeed in love, he worried that there was a possibility she might not return. He was afraid of Luna disappearing. The thought of waking up and being alone seemed unbearable. He didn't want to eat meals by himself at an empty table. He hated the idea of no longer hearing the sounds of Luna cleaning or preparing meals. It was terrifying to think that there might be nothing between them except the fact that he had bought her with money. At first, he had kept her only as material for becoming the undying immortal Lich King. But now, she seemed more valuable than even the undying immortal Lich King. A value that could never be measured in money. Yet, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. All he had was magic. Surely, she liked learning magic too. Now Luna was on her way to becoming a proper necromancer, a practitioner of forbidden magic. Shouldn't they aim for the pinnacle of magic together for eternity? But was that really right? Was he making a mistake? He kept questioning himself. What did he truly desire? And the answer he arrived at was, indeed, eternity. However, not eternity for mastering magic. It was eternity to continue their current daily life. Being greeted with a smile and good morning every day, having breakfast together, him doing his magic research, Luna bustling about with housework, and ending the day with dinner together. He wanted to repeat that infinitely. He wished for these warm and peaceful days, like basking in the southern wind, to continue forever. Fortunately, Luna had the qualifications to become the immortal king. Even as a vampire, she would probably be able to go out during the day as usual. Khan himself would likely never be able to go out in the daylight again, but as he rarely left the mansion anyway, he didn't feel any pain about that. There seemed to be no problem. If the present could continue forever, they would probably reach the pinnacle of magic eventually. Luna too should have no complaints about the current life. Probably. He was Luna's master and teacher. There was no need to ask for her consent. Even if he did ask, how would she answer? Although she was generally obedient, he had a feeling she might not accept it for some reason. He couldn't shake the feeling that she might point to a different path, towards the light. But Khan had chosen the path of necromancy. He couldn't go that way anymore. Section. Luna returned from town. When I went to greet her, Luna was surprised, and then laughed cheerfully. "So there are times when you wait for me, master." Her figure, illuminated by the setting sun, seemed to be wrapped in a pale, moon-like light. Something stirred within me. "I thought I'd have you help me with a magic ritual." "That's rare. For you to need my help, master." Luna's voice was bright. She probably thought she was being recognized. And she was genuinely happy to be able to assist me. I felt a pain in my chest. "Come to my room. I'll take you to where we'll perform the secret ritual." "Just a moment, please. I'll put my things away quickly." Her every casual word seemed to reproach me. I returned to my room, but Luna came soon after. She must have hurried so as not to keep me waiting. She really is a hard-working child. I touched the stone tablet I had prepared on the desk and infused it with magical power. The stone tablet emitted a blue light, indicating that the mechanism had activated. What was that just now? Luna looked at the stone tablet curiously. It's a preparation to prevent the ritual from being interfered with. When the stone tablet activated, it was set to make corpses buried in nearby graveyards appear as ghouls. Large-scale magical rituals generate strong magical power. If I were being monitored by someone, they would notice immediately. This was a precaution for such a case. The mansion's barrier is powerful enough to keep anyone from approaching, but for those who break through it, this should provide some delay. Ghouls aren't much of an obstacle, but even a tiny amount of time can make the difference between success and failure. Shall we go then? I chanted a simple spell. In response, the bookshelf in the room slid sideways, revealing a staircase leading to a hidden basement. What's this? Luna's voice was excited, like a child who had discovered something interesting. For a magician, the place where one performs their secret rituals should be kept hidden. Saying this, I stepped onto the stairs. Luna followed without any question. The preparations were already complete in the basement. Catalysts and materials gathered over more than 10 years. The preparation for the ritual to transform oneself into a vampire takes an unimaginable amount of effort and time. Now it was about to come to fruition. But I felt no joy. Even at this late stage, I still had doubts. Luna was innocently looking around the basement. She was probably trying to learn from this too. I might have made a mistake. Such a thought crossed my mind. My teacher, Logan, aimed for the heights while remaining human. I thought that was sentimental. I believed that if one was to master magic, one should also abandon being human. Perhaps I was the one who was mistaken. However, I couldn't turn back. Admitting my mistake would mean denying my entire life. I stood in the center of the giant magic circle I had drawn in advance and began the ritual. I had Luna help by supplying magical power as an assistant. Her eyes were shining as she helped. The ritual requires a long time, concentration, and magical power. Even during this time, my doubts didn't disappear. Was the pinnacle of magic really what I truly wanted? Logan lived as if playing with magic. I thought that was wrong. I believed we should face magic more earnestly. But perhaps, before magic, wasn't there something else I should have faced? Wasn't I being taught this by my disciple, Luna? The doubts were endless, but the ritual progressed. Heat was gradually leaving my body. I was probably becoming undead. Before, I had no fear of becoming like this. Now I was a little scared. Not of becoming undead. I was afraid of what Luna would think of me once I became undead. I glanced at her, and Luna smiled at me. I hadn't told her what this ritual was for. In fact, I hadn't even taught her that necromancy could lead to becoming a vampire. She was probably purely wishing for the success of the ritual, trying to encourage me, not knowing what would happen to me afterwards. I wonder, after I become a vampire, the undying immortal Lich King, will she still smile at me the same way? Or will I? Just as the ritual was about to end, someone breached the mansion's barrier. Necromancy is forbidden magic. I had been careful, but I couldn't deny the possibility that I was being monitored just on suspicion. It was probably the kingdom's agents. But for some reason, I thought the intruders might take Luna away. It was like an intuition. But a magician's intuition is almost like foresight. In the end, that gave me the final push. I, now transformed into a vampire, slowly walked towards Luna. Master, are you all right? Your face has turned pale. Are you tired? Luna's concerned voice slowed my steps. Still, the distance between us was small, and I reached Luna. As we faced each other, a sound came from above. They must have entered the mansion. Luna raised her head towards the sound. Her neck was exposed. The vampire's impulse overcame a moment's hesitation. I sank my fangs into Luna's neck. In that instant, I regretted it. I should never have meddled with necromancy. Volume completed.